but I do have a lot of strength to say good morning loud. Good morning. Perfect. Thank you so much. Want to formally thank the principal ma'am for the opportunity and for Dr. Vinita and Vinita for closely following up this program. It's a joy and privilege for me to be here in WCC. This is the first time, probably this is the fifth time I'm in WCC. Last time, Dr. Sherry invited me for a program there about 3 years back. Yes, and it was a joy to be here. And I'm also very happy to see my teacher, professor, mentor, friend, Dr. Samuel Sukumar. I mean, they are my senior, Dr. Malati, our professor from IIT, whom you worked on some carbon aspects together. Professor Ranjit Daniel sir, who has been also a teacher to me, and Chandrasekhar sir from CMFRI, Venkateshwar sir, right at the back. All of them are good friends of mine. I'm really happy because these are opportunities for me to also meet my friends, my mentors, and my peers. So thank you so much for the invitation. And just before I start the presentation, just want to give you an overview about institution. I represent the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, a very long name. And till 2022, we were only looking on the coastal areas, on coastal planning, marine protected area management, resources mapping, and so on. But in 2022, the then minister declared NCSM as a center of excellence for wetlands. So if you now browse in the website and look for Wetlands of India, there's a portal called as the Wetlands of India portal. This portal is hosted at NCSM from our center in Chennai for the entire country. But this is monitored by the special division called the Wetland Division of the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change in Delhi. So now our mandate grew bigger from the coast. Now we also monitor 2 million wetlands of India. Of course, the ownership with the state has a problem. And that's the time we pitch in with our knowledge. So basically, our institution is called as a lighthouse. Wherever there is an issue or some kind of intervention required, with our current strength, because we have 7 divisions, one center which got 7 divisions. We have the conservation division, which I lead. There is a cumulative impact assessment division, the knowledge governance and policy division. There is a integrated socio-economic division. There's a very strong geospatial division because we are very popular for our maps. As you speak now, every day we print around 3 to 25 maps at an average, for different clients, maybe SUNO, might be defense, might be ports, might be even other ministry MOEs, because we work also closely with NIOT and NCCR. So that's in gist about the institution. We are the youngest in the ministry. We are only 13 years old, but by God's grace, we are able to sail through and have good publications and good policy work that have been undertaken by the team. And credit goes to the entire team of NCSU. Interestingly, NCSU also is not funded by the ministry. We are a completely self-sustaining institution. We are under the government, but we earn our own salaries. So imagine 250 people have been paid every month, and the kind of manpower we have all over. Okay, it's complete credit to the team, entire team, and it's a pleasure and joy coming to represent the institution. Okay, having said that, can you guess what this image is in front of you? Right? It'll be more interactive. It's not me talking and you listening. It's both of us talking. Lionfish. Does it have another name? The family includes lionfish and scorpion fishes. Okay, all of them are very friendly. Is it very difficult to handle because the spines have venom from the venom glands at the base. All the dorsal spines and pectoral spines, some of them have the venom, and is one of the most demanded ornamental fish across the globe. 3-4 decades back, it was taken into the Americas, and now we see that it has become a big invasive species. Okay, so this is Chirois volitans, a very common Indo-Pacific lionfish, very beautiful, and they are highly carnivorous. They just love to gobble anything that's moving. Cephalopods, gastropods, anemones sometimes, the great corals, they do a lot of funny things. Next slide, please. So this is the global distribution. Indo-Pacific is the place where you see India is there, Australia, that's the region, and a bit of on the eastern side of Australia. That is the usual domain or their location. That is the place where they used to live, but now it has spread very badly. Side view of the fish, beautiful fish, and then an upper view, kind of an aerial shot that is there underwater. Next slide. And now, if you take the entire rainforest, is a place that is colonized. So I'm going to speak today about the the alien species that we find in wetlands or close to the wetlands and how they threaten the entire system of wetlands. So you see that Gulf of Mexico, it was all introduced there in the US for ornamental trade. And because of, if you're not able to maintain, they grow big, then they easy for them to go and reach the ocean. And they have colonized really well, and you see that there's a very strong population of them. And because of their presence, the indigenous species or the species that live there are slowly being eliminated. Because I told you they are carnivorous, they just like gobble down even juveniles, eggs, whatever is there, just like to feed on them. Next one. So we will just have a look at the invasive species today in the coastal and marine wetlands. First of all, apologies, I came a little late because of the traffic. I never expected Nelson Mandikam Road to be so blocked today. We had two trucks, we were cleaning up something, and the entire traffic was supposed to be late. I never like to come late. I always like to come early, but today I was late by 10 minutes. Apologies for that. And secondly, I have rushed back after the talk because we have another meeting with the Maharashtra government at 11:30 in the center. Next. Right. So basically, the conference of parties, the COPs that meet regularly on biodiversity, on target 6, it has said that one of the important decisions made is to halt the spread of invasive species. They are everywhere, right? And we've heard about the term invasion when a country gets into another country, takes their territory and starts to colonize there. This is exactly the same definition that we're going to see in terms of plants or animals that invade into an environment. Next one. So these are the 4 important principles, or maybe more. There are 7, I think. Manage pathways of invasive species, prevent introduction, reduce new establishments, eradicate and control. See, these are all decisions taken, but applying them to practice them is very, very, very difficult. We have everything good in the document, but practice them becomes very difficult because it has to come from the localized area, from the grassroots level, and we do have problems right there. So next one. Yeah. So if you want to define wetlands, here is a very simple definition. Are semi-aquatic ecosystems where the ground covered by water or is saturated water for some or all of the year. Interestingly, ma'am already spoke about Ramsar, the place where the first, the conference happened, and now we call the sites the Ramsar sites. How many Ramsar sites we have in India now? How many we have in Tamil Nadu? Homework for you is to find out and tell Vanita ma'am how many wetlands are there in India. Okay, we have reached a big milestone, right? Very big milestone. Within the last 3 years, the Union Ministry has pressurized the states, and the states also have been, Tamil Nadu, for example, with the kind of leadership we have now, so many wetlands have been declared. But declaration is very easy. Managing them becomes very, very, very difficult. Okay, so the homework is that how many wetlands in India, right? How many wetlands in Tamil Nadu? Because Tamil Nadu leads the number of Ramsar sites in the country, and we are being an example to the other states. Okay, now interestingly, we have a wetland guideline rules for the country, and we have a Ramsar guideline rule. So Ramsar says because they got development activities, but they forget that if we do not conserve the wetlands, then we are a big soup. We are going to lose our birds, we are going to lose our diversity. More than that, people forget that livelihood dependency on the wetlands are lost. And also, what nature has given to us amazing. What God has created beautifully, when right in the Garden of Eden, when he said, he gave man the first taxonomy is not Carlos Linnaeus. The man, right in the scripture itself, okay, God asked Adam to name the animals. He didn't name. He gave the responsibility to man, and he asked man to. Then the first taxonomy, from my point of view, is only Adam, who has done all the work, right? So this is a simple definition of wetlands. Next slide. And we have a lot of wetlands. We have the high altitude wetlands. We have peatlands. We have coastal wetlands. We have wetlands that are in the terrestrial realm. There are wetlands which have water for some time and then it's gone. Again, it comes up when the rainy season comes. So it's very interesting to see the different classifications of wetlands. We also have geysers, of course, we do have in the high altitudes. Okay, glacial lakes we have. If you go to Ladakh, somewhere in Sokar, beautiful lakes, amazing lakes. Since we work with wetlands and we are preparing the carbon plan for the entire Ramsar site of the country, so our team travels to all these, very beautiful places. Unfortunately, being a senior, you don't have an opportunity to go to the place the field goes, and they send beautiful pictures back. It just puts you in awe. It's really, really beautiful. So there are many kinds of wetlands, not just one kind of wetland. There are plenty of wetlands that we have in terms of, and also the coastal wetlands are really, really beautiful because the seagrass meadows, we have the coral reefs, then we have interestingly we have some of the estuaries and backwaters. Interestingly, you do not see the life inside the estuaries and backwaters because always murky in nature because the sediment that is being brought from upstream. But when this goes, the mangrove filters them, the seagrass filters them, and you see clean water goes into the coral reef ecosystem. It's amazing to see how God has made these beautiful, filters, natural filters, which allows God knew what required for every system, and He's created everything so very beautifully. Next one. And we have a very, very strong act. Okay, in fact, if you look at the Wildlife Protection Act, I mean, there is not an animal that is not named. And right from 1, 2, 3, 4 schedules are there. Schedule 1 has got the highest priority for conservation. So Ranjit sir will agree with me. Some scheduled species 1975 still schedule 1, sir. The same question I raised in the ministry also. Like if you have a tiger, for example, schedule 1, has it not moved down to 2 or 3 some category? What is the criteria? So there are no answers. So as I told you, we have solid laws, very, very good laws. But practicing these laws become very, very difficult because the problem is that many places the community is not being a part of it. The local ownership is very, very important, and that has to be considered. Traditional knowledge has to be considered. And we have the wetland conservation rules, and now Supreme Court has made a mandate that by last year November, that all wetlands have to be delineated, ground verified by the local states, the states and the UTs. That exercise is completed now because Supreme Court order. None of them have bothered about it, but when Supreme Court order came, because the Supreme Court order was that if you don't give the principal secretary, salaries will be cut. The principal secretary is chief of the state. So immediately it went through now. And interestingly, the work for mapping 23,000, 25,000 wetlands of Maharashtra has been given to NCC. So we are doing the mapping, we are doing the ground truth, different brief documents for the state. And now first we have cleared all the court cases, and one by one we are doing all the, every district, every taluk at the local level and tehsil level, we are trying to finish the work. So we do have wetland guidelines, very strong rule. I mean, if we have a good document to work on, but a lot of additions, a lot of purification of the document is highly required. Next slide. So these are some of the threats that we have. This is one of the Himalayan wetlands. They're very, very beautiful. Life is very little, a few fishes, few vegetation, but the water is amazing. The kind of water that is very sweet to taste. Some of our colleagues brought the samples of water for us to taste and see. It's really, really good and very, very good water because they are directly from melting of the glacier on top. And we have climate change as one of the major threats. Okay, there are two schools of thought. Some believe that climate change has not happened at all. Some of us are visibly seeing climate change happening. People living in the coast, even people living in higher altitudes, the kind of water being, the reservoirs evaporating, and the density of water, the stocking density, everything going down, our aquifer levels going down. All these are indicators that we are definitely population increase, climate change. These are all playing an important role in accelerating the impacts on the wetlands. Unregulated tourism. Even high altitude, you see that people come there. Well, Lakshadweep is one thing which we like very much because in Lakshadweep there is a carrying capacity that has been done. We did the carrying capacity, so we know that how many tourists can enter into Lakshadweep Island. But with the kind of opening now for development, we are having the islanders also feel that so much tourists are not required. We are having an issue with the system. There's no drinking water. Drinking water comes from NIOT desalination plant. There is no proper, food comes from India because we don't have agricultural lands. All these children. So unregulated tourism is one cause of wetlands to degrade. Changes in grazing regime because population increasing, more cattle, more sheep, more yaks are growing in number. So the vegetation for it is less. And what happens is that once they start to graze, then the holding capacity of water is used out. Then spread of invasive and alien species, which I'll be speaking about today. Disturbance to breeding and nesting grounds of water birds, conversion of land, wetlands in agriculture. And also, I will go to the next level. Even certain states, even Maharashtra per se, we have seen that the lands have been reclaimed. The land has been converted from wetlands into something else. So, there is a complete change in what was mapped, especially some time back, and what's happening right now. Next. And linear infrastructure development. Next slide. Yeah. So how many of you have gone, had a look at this website? If you have not, just have a look at it. This is called the GASD, the Global Invasive Species Database. I mean, it's a very comprehensive database. For example, I'm a marine biologist. For a marine biologist, if I want to refer anything taxonomically, the changes that are made to names. Okay, for example, there is a very famous oyster named after Madras in all over the coast. You know the name? Anybody? It's named Crassostria madrasensis. It was named. Now, recently, it's disproved because it was done way back in 1960. Same as Perna indica. Curiocos, 1967. That has changed now. It's Perna because molecular tools have helped to find out that species that have been already identified somewhere else have been duplicated here. It is not a mistake. Please remember, anybody gives a new name is not a mistake. But you have to validate the species and then check whether the species has been resurrected, it has been buried, and you follow the code. International, the ICC, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. So you follow the principle, tell you how authors name them, where brackets come, where bracket, what are the holotype, paratype, synth, and lectotype. You talk about type method, everything are very important. So the new name for Crassostria madrasensis is now Magalania bilinata, which is an old term that identified somewhere outside the country, not in India. Okay. So this database gives you a picture of what are the species that are considered as invasive for every country, provided the data is provided from the native country, and then it goes database. You have a good map and it gives a nice summary sheet. So if you want to type, for example, Lantana Camara, which is the best, I show a map how it's interested in the entire country. It will give you a complete view of Lantana Camara present here. Okay. So this, please go through it. This is a very interesting GIS, the very interesting database, and it's very interactive. You can play around with it. You can learn a lot from database. Next. So now coming to invasive species, since I'm going to talk about invasive species today. So a simple definition of invasive species, basically not native. It has come from somewhere else. Okay. Introduced, if introduced, spreads rapidly. One, causes harm to the local ecosystem or the economy or the human health. So this is the basic simple definition for an invasive species. Next. We have something called as an alien species. An alien species that has been not within the local area. It has been introduced somewhere and it got it is in a place where it does not have its normal distribution. It's new to the particular thing. Next definition is an invasive alien species, what we call IAS. Okay. So locally dominant, invades, threatens natural communities. Okay. And the fourth definition is that local invasions. So you have four different categories of invasive behaviors based on the spread, based on the presence, and so on. We have the invasive species, we have the alien species, we have the invasive alien species, and we have the local invasion. So some examples I'm going to throw out to you today, because if you're doing your masters, if you have a thesis to be done, then pick on this area, because wetlands, we require a lot of, we always talk about Icognia classicus, right? That's a wetland, that's a wetland invader. It just spreads, by invasion, so on. And it is now potted area. Genera has changed now. No more Icognia. It's now potted area classicus. But interestingly, the work Icognia does, not in biologists can do. The amount of filtration does from all. What does it indicates? A bio, it indicates eutrophication, indicates pollution. But we cannot remove the pollution. This vegetation is able to remove it. So whether to classify them as invasive or whether to have a particular zone where you can have it and then remaining aesthetically can keep it clean is all depending upon the local administrators. So they are from the forest department, environment department, PWD, water resource department. They are the ones who have to take a call on it. Next slide. So as I told you, rapid spread and the CBD has found out that if there is a biodiversity loss, one of the important factors is the presence of invasives. If the invasive, especially if the invasive, it is going to create it's going to completely affect the entire local system. And in terms of animal extinction itself, now the invasive species considered as the second most important threat. It's not about hunting, it's not about anything, it is, it is somewhere higher because silently it works. We are not seeing it. Until unless we visually capture it, it is going to spread very badly. Next one. So the introduction, how it happens intentionally, it happens unintentionally, and it happens otherwise, both. Okay. So what have we done? Can you give me some examples of intentionally introduced species? Any species that are intentionally introduced? Okay, one is the South American catfish, if you have aquarium at home, okay, now this is a completely armored catfish. All the catfish have the barbs, right? And they have the spine, the last barb is got a spine, and that stings, and then there's the venom that is injected inside, right? So we have these South American catfishes they introduced about 2 decades back. When I was a kid, it was new in the market, so we wanted to have it. They call it sucker mouth. You can see in the tank feeding about, okay. It cannot be consumed by any predator because of the architecture of the body. Beautiful armory, very beautiful to look at, right? And they just feed on anything, vegetation, waste, pieces, whatever they just keep feeding on it. That's why they call it moth or cleaner, tank cleaner. Now, this after the floods in Kerala, it is found in every water body in Kerala. Right? Another example is Paku. Okay, when I was a very small kid, just before joining college, it was sold to me. They cheated me saying it's piranha. I didn't know what piranha was, okay, that time, but I was really crazy to collect them and grow it. And then the piranha, the entire dentition is totally different. This has got, very flat, again, it's omnivore thing. It is a paku, and now this paku has become one of the important food fish in the country. West Bengal breeds the maximum. It comes the name called Rupchandra. If you go to West Bengal, if you go to, Odisha, even Chennai market, they call it red pomfret now. White pomfret, black pomfret, and red, it's fresh water. But this again, origin is not India, it's from again the Americas. Okay. So we have introductions like intentional, some are unintentional. Okay. Now, for example, ships which are transporting cargo, maybe fertilizers, maybe containers with things, and what happens when they come from one port of origin to another port of origin? You see that there are a lot of animals sticking on the hull. And you see that nice line called the plimsoll line. That is the maximum load the ship can take. And the hull, you can see that these starts to attack. We call this biofouling. It can be barnacles, it can be, larval forms of mollusca, it can be ascidians, it can be, hydroids, it can be any other thing. They just do. And what happens when the number increases, the ship's performance capacity comes down. Fuel consumption becomes very high. And also you see that, there's a lot of friction at the time when so they do a process called dry docking. Every 2 years, 3 years, whenever they know that, there's a calendar available, the captain will know very well. Okay, 6 months the ship goes for dry docking. They put the ship on top, they'll scrape out. But interestingly, these animals, the biofauners, they can stick for a long time without survive long time without water, right? So they're able to spread like that. But the dangerous part is ballast water. Now, ballast is basically filling up the empty areas. When the ship comes full and goes back, it has to balance. So they put water, especially like if it is oil, if it is something like that, some liquid stuff, then this ballast water. Sometimes the other ships have ballast water. What happens? Port of origin, ballast water. From India, they take the ballast water. It will be released in Yemen, for example, where they're going to put in fresh containers. So this ballast water also contains a lot of emissions. So these are products unintentional, right? And that's a big group of people working on ballast water. France leads in the ballast water management. Unfortunately, India is a party, but we have not got principles and procedures still great. And as I told you, both as international connectivity is increased now, they can just get transported by any means. Next. So a simple definition is 3 T's, 3 modes of invasive species. Okay, 3 T's. That is, one is trade, tourism, and transportation. So these 3 are the keywords in terms of any spread of these invasive species. Next one. So next year. So in intentional itself, we have both authorized and unauthorized. Authorized means there may be crops, there can be species, game species. This is not India per se. I'm just giving you global perspective because many of them will not fit into the Indian perspective. Right? Biological control agents, like for example, some jackets are brought from some other country and try to work on Iconium per se, Andhra Kurchi, Paramakalyan, they run excellent work on biocontrol using pests, small pests. And these pests are only host-specific pests. So Iconium will suck the fluid right on here and they'll kill the plant and the life cycle very short, they'll die. So they tried that to pests and plant intended to improve soil quality, fuel wood, pasture products, etc. Okay, so these are and zoos and botanical. We also have lots of vegetation bottom side. Then unauthorized, that is smuggling. Basically, see that every time you see Chennai airport or Bangalore airport, big consignment of animals from Singapore caught, Indonesia caught, sent back again. Okay, because they are not come to the proper, they've been smuggled inside. And the same happens vice versa. From India, we send a lot of things. For example, the glass fish very popular, that is being sent, right? And star tortoises, that's been smuggled. sea cucumbers, dried format, of course. So smuggling does happen. So those are called as unauthorized way of introduction in the environment. Next. So as I told you, one example of Lantana camara, which was introduced. See, Britishers brought a lot of vegetation with a lot of their intentions those days. There was no concept of invest or anything. They brought it for ornamental. They wanted their wives to enjoy the beautiful garden. The lilies they brought inside. So many things. Other vegetation brought inside. And one was the South American origin Lantana camara. Now this is a big pest, and it is also kind of affected everywhere. See, right from Himalayas on right on top. All the red dots are the places where Lantana camara has been reported. This is from a paper published, and it is not my own work, it is from a good published paper published in a very good journal. And in 1809, it was brought in India as an ornamental purpose. But it is like, it is like we call it unholy communion. I, me, myself. Only I will survive. Okay. In Holy Communion, Holy Trinity is a God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, but we call unholy communion. I, me, myself. So this vegetation when it comes, it is completely kind of taken over, does not allow other plant vegetation to survive under it. Okay. Especially grasses and release toxins from the roots, absorb ground moisture in large quantities. And it has been reported in the high altitudes that it is one of the major vegetation responsible for forest fires. We work very closely with the G.V. Pal Institute of Himalayan Ecology. We are partners in many of studies. So their studies also point out that one of the major causes, other than the pine, the next is Lantana camara, which causes lots of forest fires, happening. And even for humans, it is not consumed. The flower is beautiful. Of course, pollination happens through insects, but then there is poisoning animals which eat the flowers or the berries, the small berries in them. Next. Okay, so one of the species is under. I'm going to talk more about coastal mix of coast and the coastal vegetation. So one of the most important species that's considered by many as invasive is the Copperficus. NCCM study pointed out it is not invasion, it is spread with the potential to invade. At the moment, it's not invaded. It's very localized on Gulf of Mannar in few islands. But it's a threat, and we have told anybody wanting to cultivate Copperficus. Copperficus, by the way, is a red seaweed that was introduced in India, and now it is being promoted to be cultivated large scale. But this is a developed strain. Eugema cottoni is the mother strain. From Eugema cottoni, they developed this for Copperficus extraction, with used to all your lipsticks, your ice cream, your face creams, name it, pharmaceutical products, all of them have a bit of maybe my picogram or nanogram of this particular Copperficus. Okay, so this vegetation was brought way back by O.P. Meyer from CSIR, CSMCR Bhavnagar. 60s, 70s introduced in Gujarat. Then seed was brought into Gulf of Mannar in Crusade Island. Then it started to grow. That time Crusade Island was the only island which was under the fisheries department. Rest are of the forest department, and the forest department fought and bought the island back. That the time it was abandoned. So the thing what we see from our study is that what spreading has happened is from the abandoned farms. The abandoned, but they colonized very well. This is one example, and the specialty is that they can target branching corals. Like for example, Acropora cytherea, Acropora hyacinthia, branching corals. They can target, they can grow on top of them, choking them, which means that they will die. And remember, these are seaweeds. It's a wrong term to use the word seaweeds. They are macroalgae. You'll agree with me. Botanists will agree with me. Seaweed means it's a waste, but see the macroalgae, Copperficus, and Gracilia, Jetilia, they give a lot of agar and algin and carotenoids. So economically very important and very useful. There's a community that is women especially. That would depend on Gulf of Mannar on this harvesting these vegetation. Okay, not the species, different species, Copperficus. So the image that you see there on top left, it is a colony of the Copperficus fronds trying to colonize. And because they are not proof plants, they don't have roots, they have holdfast. And the holdfast, they will be able to spread across any kind of substrata, and they love calcium carbonate. Anyway, so corals are calcium carbonate. What happens? Corals are light, but when there is a problem of El Nino, when the phenomenon happens, the sea surface increases, the corals, they are symbiotic, zooxanthellae and the coral. So zooxanthellae get ejected out. That is the time they become vulnerable, and the seeds of these or the fragments of these don't settle on top and does not allow them to recolonize. So when the next season, La Nina comes, the hot water phenomena, cold water phenomena. When the cold water phenomena happens, Susan does not have the parent post available. So they keep swimming in the water. Okay, it's a mystery. They call it a husband and relationship. It is not being completely studied till now. People are working on zooxanthellae. They do not know whether it's a plant, they do not know it's an animal or it's a combination of both. It's a very big mystery. And more than 30, 40 years research has gone into it. people are still trying to figure out what happened there. Next. See here, okay, now one of the important behavior these plants has got is called the phenotypic plasticity. Mean to say that they don't, unfortunately in India, they don't breed by sexual reproduction because the climate is not favorable. In the US, if you go to Miami or all these places, no, they have completely invaded the environment. And every year, the government spends a lot to remove them manually and to divers, they go down and take. But here, because the temperature, it requires colder temperature. It's warmer in Indian water. So it can only, by fragmentation, breaks off, falls off, finds noodles, etc., settles on them, and then start growing. Okay, so this is you can see the image here. You can see how it takes the shape. It takes the shape of the coral. So this is a slab that has come outside. Okay, and they can just, thank you. Share. So you can see that they take the shape of the coral or any substrata and like to spread very much further. Again, as I told you here, NCSM stands by spread with the potential to invade. Okay, but the invasion level is not come yet. Next. Besides, interestingly, in the last 5 years, we have seen that there are a lot of plants that are invading coastal areas. Now, Cascuta and Cassata, you can see them growing on tall trees, parasiting, taking them, killing them, taking the their fluids, body fluids, and kind of killing. But interesting, you can see this is the sand dune area captured by us, and you see that is Ipomia pescabre, the beach morning glory, and one more species is there, same Canavalia rosea, the beach bean. You can see Cassiopeia plus Tuta, both of them kind of parasiting on the coastal area. So we do not know why this behavior has happened very recently. Okay, it might be because of climate change, many claim, but studies are on. Some scientists are working on it. Still, we do not know. So there are these vegetation which now threaten the sand dune vegetation because sand dunes, unlike the forest, and they have very few diversity. Maybe spinifex is there and some kind of other salt marsh vegetation. So we see this is the threat that's coming up. Next. As I told you, besides the alien, we have local invasions. Now, this is completely captured by our team underwater. This is way back in 2015 when the World Bank asked us to do a study on the spread of copper wedges in Park Bay. So when we did the work, we found interestingly that there were local species that were spreading very, very fast, and they were competing with the corals. They were going to the corals, and then we found out from literature and through our field survey that in Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay, there's something called as a coral algal phase shift. 5 years, the corals grow well. Next 5 years, the algae starts dominating. Again, the next 5 years, coral starts. So it's a nature playing with itself. But we're not ruling out the possibility of local invasions. And dangerously, the Caulopa group, okay, very Caulopa taxifolia, Scalpeliformes, racemosa, these are the ones spreading very, very fast on corals. As I told you, when the corals are vulnerable after the El Nino, after seasonal temperature effect, the coral bleaching impact seasons, then you see them quickly colonize. These all spread by spores. They spread by spores, they have sexual reproduction is happening in them. And they're very beautiful to look at. And you can see how in a brain coral, you can see at the left extreme there on my side, you can see how they are slowly, the Caulopa doesn't have, the leaves look like small berries, and they call it sea grapes. They will look like grapes, okay? They colonize on top. And you can see a branching coral on poricus and so on. I mean, they just require the substrata for them. Because what happens? The coral polyp is like a small cup. Zooxanthellae inside when it's light, it'll have it's a cylindric. Okay, so it'll have figure like position called flagella moving about. Zooxanthellae sit on them. When they die, the entire cup becomes open. It's completely opened up. And then what happens? Because sediment transfer is there, sediments gets deposited, and when sediments are inside the cup, if the spores settle down there, they become excellent substrata for them to colonize and grow, and then they will not allow the again so that they come back and settle to start growing up again. Next. Again, yeah. Another two important invasions that we see as one is the Carajo Risi, which is a snowflake coral. Now many of the report we reported also many of the report. This is our report from the Grand Island, Goa. Historically, it was not any native to Indian species, more of an Atlantic species. But now we see them colonizing. But now scientists say that what is the time duration we can call a species alien species? Can we call Prosopis alien now? This is a question, Peter. All the colonies, not local now. Okay, so we don't have, for example, if we say 100 We call it archaeological important because maybe some years. Do we have a time duration for that? So that question we have to ask. I mean, we don't have answers, but you have to ask. Okay. And the left side is Acanthanther plancy, the crown of thorn starfish. Cots, okay. Okay, now can we call a starfish? Can any fish be in the form of a star? Okay, so again, these are school of thoughts, two schools of thought. Okay, one says that it cannot be called a starfish, it can be called sea stars. Okay, and again, not jellyfish, because fish cannot be form of jelly. It can be called as sea jellies. Okay, I have learned jellyfish and starfish from a young age. You've been taught like that. But it's a question that you ponder. There are different groups of people who work, come out with new ideas, and so on. So usually, how many arms does the sea stars have? Pentamerically symmetrical. Pentamerically symmetrical, right? Five you can count the number of arms here. This is an exception. Among sea stars, it's an exception. The crown of thorn starfish has got 18 to 24 arms, even more. Okay, and they are the most dangerous because they love grazing on corals. They love coral and they feed on the growing polyp tip. And once they feed through their saliva, their body fluid, mucosal fluid, what we call it, like half your saliva, once it falls on the growing polyp, the polyp will not again be able to grow, allow the zooxanthellae settle down because it contains toxin. That is the problem with it. And this now slowly we have seen them in Lakshadweep, one sighted about 2 years back, but in Chitatapu, in Service Ross, Nankavali, in Andaman that we work, we found them completely, slowly colonizing very fast. Next. Again, I'm not going to go detail. This is the Prosopis. Again, Prosopis name is changed. Some Dentuma. Prosopis, Juliflora used to be very popular, called it now Dentuma Juliflora. So, I mean, because taxonomy is always evolving. Something new comes, okay? I work on a species, they show you a little later. It's got name changed 13 times. 13 times, okay? The Mytilus ligata, what you're going to see now, the Charumas, which are a big problem. We just finished a project for Tamil Nadu government and handed over to them, right? So, again, you see that people who are bird watching, people love birds, okay? You see that common hereditary are on Prosopis. So, I want to eliminate them. Another question, we call them as alien species. Alien is invasive, highly invasive. Are we going to eliminate this species? Okay, now again there's a question. We have raised this vast office because we do every year 6 to 7 training programs, compulsory training program, they call it in the ministry for IFS officers at different levels, from PCF and not to low level. So can we call Prosopis as an invasive? This sir will agree with me. Many of the birds, heron birds, sit on Prosopis. So I mean, because it is good for the birds, protection is there, the spinous nature with all the thorns on them, it's really, birds prefer it, right? So this one such study from one in Vedavadi Bird Sanctuary, how Prosopis invasive species which has been providing something for the local fauna. Next. So this is the one which I told about the common issue that we have in Ennur, not just Ennur, all over the country. Now recently we have a group, we are monitoring everywhere. From Maharashtra, we just identified that they are spread very badly. And the only way it has entered into the Indian waters because of the ballast, because they are never found in India. 2019 was the first report, Vijayanandan and team did the work, and we were part of that work. So that was the first time we reported Cochin backwaters, but now it is found spread everywhere. So another 5-6 days, there will be one paper in Current Science where we have again reported from Odiyu estuary on the way to Pondicherry. So which means that we have taken pointed locations. They are just spreading like anything. They're just spreading like anything, okay? And they are interestingly different name. It's called charu mussel. It is called charu mussel because it is from South America, and the name charu is from a indigenous tribal community, Charuana. From there, the name is given to first author who did the work, okay? So this is charu mussel. We also call, the Americans call dark false mussel. They call it American mussel and also South American with different names. Next. So that's how it looks. In Malayalam, it's called Varatangaka, and in Tamil, it's called Kakali because it's black in color. It's polymorphic. I'll show the image how polymorphic they are. That's the image there, and this is from Ennur Creek. Next one. Now, if you are not a good taxonomist, then you will miss out. You'll be identifying the wrong species as invasive species. Now, I told biomimicry is something that is, I mean, it is very difficult to explain. It's amazing by the way the animals are able to adapt themselves to the environment and mimic what is around them. Now, for example, the first one you see is not, it's Perna viridis, the local green mussel. The second one is a brachydontus. The third is a horse mussel. Okay, that is malleus, not malleus. Let me get it right. I'll come back to it. Yeah. And the last is a zebra mussel. Okay, these four are mussels, but look at how next one button. Yes, one more. Look at how this charu mussel mimics them. It can mimic like a zebra mussel. It can mimic like the brachydontus and the other Paphia mussels, and it can also, kind of mimic the green mussel. So be very careful. You have to be a good taxonomist, be sharp eyes to understand, because if you do not identify correctly, then you're talking about a wrong species English. That is very important. So this is the behavior, the mimicry that is got. Next one. So this is the spread from Jayashan's paper in 2009, the first record, right? You can see that it was first reported in India. Next. This is another paper, Vijay Kumar and team, which was reported in 2019. Immediately in the Kerala coast, look at the place, this entire western coast of Kerala is being, entire Kerala coast is infested with mussel, the different polymorphic forms. Next. This is again from Gulf of Mannar, way back in 2023 by Ravinesh and team. We all work very closely. Our papers, we have different people, groups working different places, no? But ultimately, when there is a generic paper that comes about English, put it, then all come together. But because we cannot go everywhere, locally we have to find our partners who are our partners and try to find out, work collaboratively for any work. Next. So this is from Karimandu, which is Pulicat Lake. Okay, now in Pulicat Lake, the major problem is Kakali. If you ask the local fishermen, they're completely affected. The entire fishery is affected because of this Kakali. Right? This is this is a student in MCC doing a PhD. She's a microbiologist, but she did destination with us. Now she wants to continue under Dr. Niran Andrews, the microbiology department. Okay, so she's almost finishing. But she's done some excellent work on how these are spread, and she's worked on the biochemical composition and behavior to the environment. Next. So this is Ennur Creek. This is our team sampling Ennur Creek. We use the fishermen, local fishermen. They knew the location exactly. Next. This is how it looks, clustered. You can see, you can pick up out of the entire bed, only one perma is there, which means they're slowly trying to compete with perma. I also show the image how they're competing with the local species. Next. Next. So these three, the Crassosphere madrasis is then, the Magellana bilateral now, the common yellow clam, okay, Meritris casta, march out three groups, and then Perma in Viridis. All the three are affected because of that. What is the difference between a mussel, a clam, and a oyster? Anyone? They're all bivalves. Anyone? You see that oysters will be always cemented to the substrata. Only the upper valve is free. Okay, it will be always, you cannot take it out, you have to break it literally. Mussels have bisis threads that will be attached to substrata, whereas clams are free swimming. Free. They are just lying in the ground. When the water current, they can keep rolling. There are scallops, you can swim. Okay, like that, there are different categories of bivalve moths that you see. Okay, so these three are affected mainly because of the charu mussel. Next one. This is the Ennur Creek. Next. So what we did was that we did not do the study based on our knowledge. We took the inputs from the local community. We asked the fishermen, you tell us where and all you have problem. So they mapped the fishing grounds completely. We work very closely with one activist called Saravanan. Okay, the department does not like him, but we like him because we learn a lot of traditional knowledge from him. Right? So this is the entire exercise. We did the community resource mapping. We asked the fishermen to map the areas where the Kakali was there and their fishing ground. You can see that yellow color shrimp fishing ground and clam fishing ground, and then it is captured. Next. And then we did a survey, and then we did a bubble plot to see the density, how much there. So you see that the bigger bubble shows about maximum number of infestation, and the smaller shows about the little number of infestation. Next. And this now is it started as NGT case. It is moved out. Now we did work now. Fisheries College Ponneri is doing some work on value addition. Something can be done on that. Okay, this is one example of how the invasive species can spread very badly. Next. This is barnacles, gooseneck barnacles. So these come from drifting wood particles from the open ocean. They can come from anywhere, right? right? If you are aware of Pacific Gyre, there is one floating plastic waste you can see. On top of all the plastic waste, you can see hydroids, acidians, barnacles, growing. So, growing because they need one substrate. They do not know these are unnatural products. They just set on top of that and start growing. Next, more of barnacles. See how plastics play an important role in transfer of these. Okay, so these are very high seas. Also, we call them goose barnacles because you can have the stalk and then the barnacle head will come with the cirri. You can see cirri pointed here. The brown projection of the cirri, it's a feeding part. It just creates a water current and directs all the the food particles to come into its body mouth. So these are examples of how species can Indian species can come across oceans. Next one. Right. So with that, I'll stop my presentation. I know it's I don't want to already start 15 minutes late. I don't want to get into others' time also. So this is tilapia. Okay, it was introduced with a good cause. So like now we see it is completely infested many of the aquatic water bodies. It's a food fish. Jalebi, they call it Tamil, available in the market, but then it has it has eliminated many of the local species that are in our wetlands. Okay, so if you have any questions, I can take a few. And if you want to mail to me, you can mail in both IDs, deepak.estar@gmail or deepak@ncsim.rest.in. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for sir?
You can mail to me.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on wetlands, their management, and for introducing us to the various dimensions of existing challenges as well as the way forward. Sir, your experience and passion for wetland conservation brought remarkable energy to the audience. Once again, thank you, sir. Moving on. As a creative reflection on wetland conservation, we now present a choreography titled Echoes of the Wetland, performed by students of the Department of Advanced Zoology and Biotechnology. Was deep in harmony. When the two touched, a miracle was born. The wetlands, when the seasons changed, burst a magical journey across the sky. The wetlands became the resting place full of food, safety on the shore. The birds loved visiting the solitude of beds with fish leaping and weeds swaying. Within one dark day, people built walls, concrete replaced streets, chemicals poisoned the waters, and machines silenced the song of birds. The wetlands began to fade, once vibrant for, and when wetlands die, so does the journey of the birds. So then the birds met the humans. How would you let us die? This is our home. And now we have nowhere to go. Thousands of miles we fly to breathe and to survive. These endless floating wings. Where do we stop to rest? And now without this, forever. Why did you let us die? It's about the generation and the way we want to make it a better place for our children, children's children, so that they know it's a better world for them. And think they can make it a better place.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is done. And it's much brighter than tomorrow. You, they try to find there's no need to cry. There's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for it. Make a little space. Make it better. Oh, the one. It's a better place. For you. For me. I live this one.
Thank you for the beautiful and expressive presentation which capture the essence of wetland conservation. I now invite Dr. Jansi Merlin, Treasurer, to propose the vote of thanks. On behalf of the Department of Advanced Biology and Biotechnology, Women's Christian College, and the entire SWETCON's 26 organizing team, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this memorable inaugural session. First and foremost, I thank Almighty God for making the event possible. I express a heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal, Dr. Lillian I. Jasper, for her visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and support. Ma'am, your unwavering commitment to academic excellence and research initiatives continues to inspire us. I thank our Vice Principal, Dr. Sherry Jesselyn David, for her constant support. I thank our college management for the generous financial support that made this international symposium possible and the release of our book a reality. I extend our thanks to our sponsors, Indian Overseas Bank, Alumni Association of Women's Christian College, and Manidan AM Charitable Trust for their financial support. We are deeply thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Deepak Samuel, whose insightful keynote address has set a meaningful and thought-provoking tone for the symposium. Sir, you have enriched our understanding of invasive species and their role in our wetland ecosystems. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Ranjit Daniels, ecologist, co-founder and trustee, Care Earth Trust, for his invaluable time, expertise, and wisdom, which he generously shared with us during planning and preparation of the symposium and of the book. His thoughtful suggestions and scholarly guidance greatly enhanced the quality of the book and strengthened the academic vision of the symposium. Our sincere thanks are extended to all the delegates, resource persons, and invited guests who have graciously accepted our invitation and honored this occasion with their presence. Your participation adds immense academic value. I thank Ms. Joy Jones, President of Alumni Association, Women's Christian College, for joining us today and for all the support you have rendered to us. I would also like to acknowledge with gratitude the former heads and faculty members of our department whose guidance and legacy continue to strengthen our academic foundation, as well as the faculty members from other colleges whose presence reflects the spirit of collaboration and scholarly exchange. We warmly thank the participants of the symposium, faculty, research scholars, and students from other colleges, including Chennai and other parts of Tamil Nadu, heads of various departments here, faculty, research scholars, and students of WCC for joining us during this inaugural session. We are looking forward for your enthusiastic participation in the symposium and active engagement, which will truly give life to this academic gathering. My special thanks to the students of the Department of Advanced Biology and Biotechnology for their enthusiastic involvement, dedicated efforts, and commendable support in the successful conduct of this inaugural session. We sincerely thank the choristers for their soulful rendition of the prayer song in Tamil Thai Varthu. A special word of appreciation to the choreography team for their meaningful performance, which added cultural richness to the program and beautifully captured the essence of Wetlands. As one of the authors of the book released today, I sincerely thank everyone who has supported and encouraged us in this collective academic effort. Your goodwill and encouragement mean a great deal to us. Once again, I thank each and every one of you who has joined us today for this inaugural session. Thank you all for your support and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We conclude the inauguration ceremony by standing together for the alma mater, led by the students of the Department of Advanced Zoology and Biotechnology. I now request everyone to kindly rise for the alma mater.
This our land and far across the ocean, thy waters noises rise in praise to thee. Our college friend, our faithful alma mater, oh may we love thee more from year to year. God be with thee, our college. God protect thee, His light shine on thee, this our fervent prayer. Beneath thy trees and columns tall and majestic, wisdom and knowledge thou dost give to all. Leaving thy form to sprinkle forth thy ring. Light and to light and greatly on below. God be with thee, our college, God protect thee. His light shines through thee now and evermore.
Thank you all for your gracious presence and participation. We now proceed with the academic sessions of Ecological 26 and wish all participants a productive and enriching symposium. We have some announcements. We are delighted to inform all the participants that the books released earlier today are now available for purchase. The book sale is being organized in front of the Bertha Coffee Hall, and each copy is priced at rupees 800. We encourage you to make use of this opportunity. The sale is being coordinated by Ms. Tanya Rachel and Ms. Nisha Melanie, second year students of the department.
who will be happy to assist you. We invite all participants to visit the stall and celebrate the launch of this newly released pocket guide. We shall now have a short break. We shall now have a short tea break. Tea for all dignitaries, faculty members of WCC and other colleges
contributing significantly to water security and climate regulation. Learning from experts who have dedicated their work to wetland ecology helps us translate knowledge into conservation action. With this in mind, we now move to the academic highlight of the session, and I invite Dr. Andy Gibbons, Associate Professor, Department of Advanced Biology and Biotechnology, to formally invite the viewers present for the presentation.
It is a great honor and privilege to introduce Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, an eminent academician, researcher in the fields of ecology, energy, and sustainability. A PhD graduate from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Dr. Ramachandra currently serves as the coordinator of the Energy and Wetlands Research Group and convener of the Environmental Information System, ENVIS, at the Center for Ecological Sciences, IISc. His academic excellence is reflected in an outstanding scholarly output of over 405 research papers in reputed international and national journals, 92 book chapters, 343 conference publications, and 23 authored books. He has successfully guided 152 master's dissertation and 17 doctoral theses, and teaches core courses on environmental management and GIS and remote sensing for postgraduate and doctoral students. Dr. Ramachandra has delivered numerous plenary and invited lectures at national and international forums, and his seminal work, Milking Diatoms for Energy, has received global recognition, including coverage by Scientific American and the BBC, having delivered more than 1,500 lectures across academic and research institutions and ranked among the top 2% of global scientists. His contributions have profoundly shaped wetland conservation, lake management, and sustainable urban planning. We are delighted to welcome Dr. T.V. Ramachandra to this symposium to deliver his talk on Bangalore Lakes Information System for Sustainable Management of Lakes. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. Good morning. Okay, so, I was invited about 3 months back. I came here to meet Rashid. First mail came from Randesh. I thought it's almost 10 years. I felt like meeting him once. So that's where I came here. Even though I was traveling, in fact, tomorrow I am going to Maharashtra for a field work. But even then I thought let me spend a day in Chennai so that I can meet Ranjit. Okay. So now, the Bangalore Lake Information System, probably across the globe, if you look at, ours is the only portal which gives the details about the lakes in a city, Bangalore Lake. This is based on our primary data. 3 of my students monitored the lakes in Bangalore. Out of the 2 others, they covered all lakes in Bangalore. Then I thought that in addition to publishing in journal, I thought that it should be available to everyone. We just put all the data, related to water quality, what kind of algae is there, zooplankton is there, and the fish. So, and also what are the threats to the lake? How to come out of that, all those things, the management aspect, and more importantly, the encroachment of lake. Normally people hesitate to put their data,
So I thought that, okay, anyway, I have reached the stage, I can go anytime. So that's where I have put the data online, okay? So now you can visualize this. You can see that, with the Google background also, you can visualize the lakes in Bangalore. Okay, I will come to the details of it in few minutes. My talk is structured like this. I will talk about changes in climate and what is the impact of that, and natural capital accounting and valuation ecosystem services. What is the worth of wetland? So in our system, we think of conservation when we say it is a value, okay? That is where the ecosystem services are looked at. To put it in simpler word, I will ask a simple question. Let me see whether I get an answer. Whoever answers, okay, in my next article, I will highlight that. What is the worth of your mother? This is a question to children, students and faculty. What is the worth of your mother at home? Don't use adjectives and jargons. I want the number. Hmm? You take a mic. That infinity is going infinite. Okay, still no answer. Okay, if you want to assess the worth of your mother, how do you do that? Depending on what kind of services she is providing. No? Then how do you do that? Okay, fine. Tell me the number. How much you will assign for that? Okay, it is quite difficult, no? So now when it comes to the mother earth or the wetland, you will face the same problem, but still we have tried to do that. And then at the end, how science has benefited society through some of the case studies, I am going to illustrate that. And since Ranjit is here, I will just take you to Western Ghats where we work extensively. And what we have done in Western Ghats also I will illustrate, okay? So, the agenda of my science is to ensure clean air and water to all. If somebody is contaminating, I will go and analyze and say that what is the impact of that and how to minimize that, okay? So, you all have studied the food chain, okay? When you look at the food chain, see, if you want to be successful in your career, a good scientist, you learn from nature. How nature functions. That's what I have done. I have taken the science, based on that. And today my name is there in the system. When you look at this, you will see energy and material transfer happen. And at the end, whatever is left in the system get converted into elemental form by bacteria and fungi. That's where when you look at nature, there is nothing called waste. Even in aquatic ecosystem, you see the similar thing happen. So the first message is there is no waste in the nature. And second thing is, when you look at the food chain, you get the idea of laws of thermodynamics. There are three laws of that: energy and material transfer, law of entropy, etc. You can learn from that. When transfer of energy happens from one level to other level, there is a loss of energy to an extent of 25 to 30%. That's a law of entropy. Okay, we will look at that. And this is going to be an interactive session. The children, you please understand what I said. At the end, I am going to ask you the question. Now you are going to ask me the question. So, and also in between, I might ask some questions to some of you. Okay, please be alert. So the person who doesn't answer, I will ask them to come and help me out in my talk. Okay. With this, let me move forward. I said there is no waste in the nature. Where do you see waste? This is a question. This one's when you don't want to answer. I said when you look at the sun, everything gets synthesized. There is no waste in the nature. My question is, where do you see waste? Okay, you do not want to answer, I will.
When something is consumed and the waste is discarded. When something is consumed, the waste is produced.
But you can consume and also it can get into the elemental form, no? See,
When-
I
when-
ate- I
When
ate-
something is consumed.
no, madam, I tell you, I ate idli in the morning. So, okay, then no waste there. And whatever I left in the plate, no, that will be eaten by bacteria and this. Okay, you are partly answered, I will tell you. You will see waste where waste people are there. Who are those waste fellows? Look at them. These are all bunch of waste fellows, who uses all this. Please do not feel bad when I make a remark. My job is to change the system. I have done the changes in various places. I was slightly annoyed when I saw the plastic bottle in this forum. Plastic is a major threat to the wetland. When I go for field work, I see the plastic bottles floating in the wetland. And photo degradation, nanoparticle getting out of the system. So the first message is try to be as natural as possible. Use, reuse, recycle. That's the best thing. And the people who depend on, in fact, some people claim this is paper cup, which is environmentally friendly. They do not even know there is a layer of plastic within that is more harmful. The studies in IIT have shown that every time when you sip tea or coffee in that cup, about 2000 to 2500 nanoparticles get detached from the plastic and gets into the tea or coffee. That means you are sipping coffee and or tea, and also in addition to that, you are getting bonus cancer, nanoparticles. So if you want to be healthy, try to be natural as possible. Okay. So now you understand what happened in the morning. Okay. Now see look at the mess. What is created? The children are paying the price. As the plastic get into the system, the particles are also getting into our bloodstream, etc. The recent publication in Nature brings out that. Okay. Now, so is it too difficult to prepare rasam at home or idli at home? But people, even when they go to the hotel, they don't carry the steel carrier. They get it packed like this. And finally, they throw it in the thing. And at the end, the prime minister has to come to sleep the street. That's a tragedy. That reflects what is our culture. Okay. Now, this is the web page where you get the details. You can see that decision support system, what we have developed for policy making and decision making, is available here. Some of them I am going to talk about it, and also our publications are also available here. You are organizing event on wetland. Why do we require wetland? The study shows that if you have wetland, you will have water. Because of water security, you have food security, and also the wetlands are resilient to changes in climate. Now, with the changes in climate happening, you might say there are some people who think that changes in climate is not happening. There's one great guy called Trump. He has to be Trump to understand the changes in climate. Okay. So now, let us see the data, what it shows. See, when you look at the data, the temperature is increasing. If climate is not changing, then why the temperature is increasing? We have to question that. The second is, why the temperature is increasing? There is a correlation with the greenhouse gas emission with the increase in temperature. And the consequence of that is the disasters are increasing. Last 2 decades, we have faced many disasters, flooding, landslides, mudslides. Chennai faced the flooding. And sea level is increasing. I won't be surprised in another 25 years if Chennai disappears from the map. So is Mangalore and other places. So that means you have to be more careful about the changes in climate and bring down as much as possible the job which hurts the nature. Okay. Now let us look at how it affects our food. Look at the coral bleaching with 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. We will lose about 70% of corals. If I increase the temperature by another 0.5, you say it becomes 90%. Or they look at the endemic species of insects, the plants and vertebrates. We will lose about 6 insects, 8 plants, and 4 vertebrates. When I talk about insects, these are not just the mosquito and such thing. I'm talking about endemic species. For example, the pollinators like honeybees, etc. If you lose that, pollination won't happen. With that, your yield of the crop won't happen. So now with another 0.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature, we will lose 18 insects, 16 plant, and 9 the vertebrates. And drought, about 450 million people get affected, and sea level rise is about 49 centimeter become 56 centimeter, and about 50 million people get affected because of that. See, that is why we have to worry about the changes in climate, and we need to think about resilient system. When you grow the crop, you need to have a climate resilient crop, not the water intensive crop or a different. Similarly, the resilient system, which ensures, you know, you can face the increase in temperature. If you have wetland in your place, you can ensure the drought situation you can mitigate, okay? So now, these are the impact you would have seen, the flooding, the flood happens, immediately after flood, you will see the drought situation and food productivity comes down. See, the last year, Karnataka faced a green drought. Plants were looking green, but there were no production, the productivity in the crop. So now to summarize, so you have a problem because of the changes in climate, food security is threatened, water availability will be the threat, then cities become vulnerable, coastlines become vulnerable, and other serious thing is the public health. The increase in the disease vectors, for example, with the increase in temperature in Kerala in recent years, the vector-borne diseases like chikungunya, dengue has been, and also the COVID. Okay, so now let's understand if you are interested in wetland, how to conserve, how to manage that. Okay, now see, you all have studied water cycle or a hydrological cycle. The important thing what happens is when it rains, how much water get percolated in the underlying layer, get trapped in the wetland, etc. is a very important thing. If you remove the vegetation, some people say, from the ocean there is a evaporation happens, the changes, the water cycle happens. But you need to keep in mind, the water, how much you infilter, that decides your fate. I will demonstrate that in a few minutes. We put the sensors in the underlying layer to understand how much water get infiltrated when it rains. Okay, see, we chose about 32 locations. One location, the watershed dominated by native species forest. Other one, monoculture plantations, like rubber, etc. The third one is degraded catchment. The fourth one, urban, like that, 32 locations. And we monitored for 36 months to understand seasonal variability, monsoon to the winter to summer, and year-to-year variability. Okay, and when we understood that, this vegetation plays a very important role. Not only in allowing the recharging the infiltration, it also helps in remediation. That's where when you see the river courses, always there is the buffer zone, you have the vegetation. That we call it a riparian vegetation. There does a good job of phytoremediation. The removal of the surface runoff, the polluted non-point source pollution, which comes from the catchment, get trapped by these plants. Okay, so now let me give you an example now. This is the photograph of a region when I was doing my doctoral thing, okay, PhD. Now today, the same location, I don't have water. The same monsoon, just the monsoon I receded, I don't have water. So that is the situation we have reached. Now for that to happen, what is the reason? Maybe the vegetation is the thing. Now as a scientist, I cannot make a statement and run away. I have to quantify it. Now I will take you to the river basin. This is a river basin, Sharavati, originates at Abu Teta, traverses 128 kilometers in the ocean. The health of the catchment decides the water retention capability in the water body. Now, for example, the dam was constructed way back in 65. After construction of the dam, what happened was, during construction, the people who were here, 179 villages were there. They were forcefully evicted. They were put in the dryer bed. What those farmers did was, they were earlier doing the cultivation of sugarcane, rice, etc. But in a dry area, they couldn't do it. They waited for the reservoir work to be completed and they came back to this region. They converted forest into agricultural land and today it's a barren area. When you look at remote sensing data, you see one part there is a green, other part is degraded. And one part is dense with the stream network, other part has a sparse stream network. Now, let us look at whether it has affected rainfall in the region. We looked at 124 years rainfall data. Today you get a daily data, you can download it in a public domain. So now divide that data into two time period, 1901 to 1964 and 1965 to today. 1901 to 1964, that means before constructing this dam, this entire region was receiving the rainfall of 3,000 to 4,500. But after constructing the dam, you see this portion continues to have the rainfall of 3,000 to 4,500, while this region started getting a rainfall of 1,700 to 1,900 millimeters. The same orographic precipitation is a rain catching region, not rain shadow region, but we see that the changes have happened. And we looked at what is the proportion of the forest cover in each subbasin and the rainfall. There's a tributary. Here, you can delineate the subbasin. There are subbasins on the west and there are subbasins on the eastern side. When we did that, we also carried out this hydrological investigation and then we graded the water bodies as A, B, C, D. A are the one carries the water 12 months, B are the one 8 months, and C is 6 months, and D is 4 months. Now, when you look at when the catchment is dominated by native species forest, what happens is because it's a native species forest, they are diverse. Because it's diverse, the roots are diverse. When roots are diverse, the soil microorganisms are diverse and abundant. When soil microorganism is diverse and abundant, it makes us, because of the microbial activity, soil become porous or permeable. You can assess that through the porosity assessment experiment and bulk density assessment. Then when the soil is porous, what happens is when it rains, this region receives the rain for the 4 months, they percolate because the soil is porous and it fills this zone, which is saturated zone, then it fills this zone, which is a water zone. After these two zones get saturated, you will see a water flowing in the water body for the 4 months during the monsoon. Now, after monsoon, the water that is stored here moves laterally to the water body for the next 4 months. During summer, the water stored here comes to the water body for next 4 months. That's how the water bodies are perennial, which means it has a 12 months water when we have the catchment dominated by native species forest. When we convert that into the monoculture plantation, only some amount of water getting filtered because they form a thick layer. The degradation rate of the monoculture reeds are very slow. Because of that, there are only you have another 4 months additional water. When we degrade the catchment with the water, the vegetation cover less than the 30%, you will now have water only during the monsoon. Okay, now this establishes the linkage between the vegetation and the water availability in the water body. Now, yeah.
People don't know if you say economic. If you say joke falls, what people would know.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, what people would know if
Yeah,
you say it was joke falls. Economically, only people from the
Okay. Yeah, you are right. Okay. In fact, what Ranjit said is this is a place called Joke Falls. At the Joke Falls, the dam was constructed at a place called Linganmakki. Okay. So people thought that water going to the ocean is waste. They wanted to take the electricity from that. Okay. Now, to summarize what I said so far, this is the region 12 months water is available. This is 8 months, this is 6 months, this is 4 months. You just overlay the vegetation cover. Wherever native species forests are there, we have 12 months water. Wherever forests are fragmented, depending on scale of fragmentation, I have 8 to 6 months of water. And where the forest cover is less than 30%, I have only water during the monsoon. Now, how much water get infiltrated? You see that our study shows about 60 to 70% of the rainfall get infiltrated into the underlying layer, and that is the water available to you during the post-monsoon period. Here, where people have removed the forest in the name of development, only about 20 to 30% of the rainfall get infiltrated. That's why they have the water only for 6 to 8 months. Now, we also did the quantification, how much water is available in their place. People use water for agriculture, horticulture, etc. and livestock rearing, fish, etc. Here is the demand curve and this is the resource availability. Wherever forests are there, demand for water is higher, but there is sufficient water is there as the demand is lower than the resource. But here, you see there is a demand for water, there is not enough water, there is a scarcity of water. Now, the first message is, if you want water in Tamil Nadu, one is ask the chief minister to have the watershed based program with a native species afforestation. Then things will work, okay? So that you don't have to fight for water with Karnataka. Because I am from Karnataka. Okay. Now, see, this is contrary to the earlier, people were saying if the forests are there is a process called evapotranspiration. Transpiration of the water is higher. So then there will be a scarcity of water. For the first time, we have proved them wrong. The people who graduated, when I graduated, they all were graduated with the thinking that if the trees are there, the transpiration will happen. That's where those who became engineers, they started cutting the tree so that they can have more water in the reservoir. But we have proved them wrong. The sustenance of water happens only with the forest in the catchment. Okay. So this we published in the current science. If you look at it, has got a good citations also. Now, let's look at the diversity of the animals. That is the second thing you have. So, where you see that wherever water is there, 12 months, animals are freely roaming. Where water is not there, in this region, only I saw the two-legged animals. They are there fighting for the water. In this place, we also discovered two species of fish. Schistura nagodiensis and Schistura charon. They also have medicinal properties. It's used for bronchitis and asthma. I brought that sample to the lab, thought that, okay, if I culture it, I can multiply it. But what happened is when we analyzed the fish after culturing at Bangalore lab, none of them had any medicinal properties like Bangaloreans. So that means the fish to have the medicinal property, you need to have grown in their habitat. For the fish to grow in their habitat, water should be there 12 months. For water to be there in the water body 12 months, the catchment should have the vegetation cover of native species. That's how the aquatic diversity and terrestrial diversity linkages comes out with this experiment. Now the next is, let me take you to another example, frogs. You all know frogs, we call them as amphibians. Why do we call the frogs as amphibians? I'm asking. Are you sure? I was in the swimming pool in the morning, now I am here. Can you call me amphibian? Huh? There's something, see, the life cycle you look at, there are two stages in the life cycle. Juvenile stage, the tadpole stage is in the water, next stage is the adult, is on the land. Now, in a dry belt, we saw the young frogs moving. We were surprised. How can it happen without water? Then when we monitored that, we saw after fertilization of the egg, the next stage is an adult stage. So then, Pilatus leucorrhina. So we collected the sample, we monitored. On 14th day, we saw the egg ones emerging out of the fertilized egg. Then I asked my students to get that fertilized egg to the Bangalore. Dr. Burraj was my colleague, this one. And we saw that on 14th day, the younger ones were moving out. That means, with the changes in climate, there won't be a water on the earth. And you know that from Tamil Nadu, when there is no water, how the problem is. When there is no drop of water on the earth, none of us will survive. When only these animals who have adapted to the situation, will get adapted. That's why when we talk about climate change, we say adaptation, mitigation, all those things. But you need to learn from these things, okay? So now let me take you to the Bangalore. When I was young, Bangalore was beautiful with bird diversity, butterflies, etc. Now slowly the things have changed to this, okay? Now, what is the problem in Bangalore? See that not only the Bangalore, any urban areas in India or in the globe, you see that because of the urban planning, poor urban planning and absence of water urbanism in our planning is the root cause of the problem. See, for any region to survive, water is essential thing. For water to be there, you need to allow the water to percolate. That means the landscape should be porous, then only you can have it. But transition from porous landscape to the paved landscape has contributed to water scarcity throughout the country. And other problems is that, if you want to bring back, you need to have the more pore spaces through the trees, parks, forests, etc. And also the loss of interconnection. If you look at wetlands, even in Chennai, Tamil Nadu is also the interconnected. The moment the interconnectivity was removed, you have the flooding in the region. Okay. Now let me show you the Bangalore. Bangalore is about 740 square kilometer. When you look at Bangalore, it is like a small hill. There are three watersheds are there. That means, there are three rivers passing through the ring. Earlier, way back in 1800, we had 1,452 water bodies in this region and 80% green cover. And because of the temperature in the region was 14 to 16 degrees Celsius, that too in the May month. And today we have 193 water bodies and less than 4% green cover. Temperature in the city is 34 to 37 degrees Celsius. One great thing we have done is we have doubled the temperature of the Bangalore. Okay, see how these water bodies were created. Earlier river was falling, water was moving. Our ancestors, they put the pipes at regular interval. The flowing water, they arrested it so that they can use it for irrigation and drinking water, etc. So that's how we had the 1,452 water bodies in Bangalore. And water bodies were interconnected. That means the water from one water body was moving to the other water body. These are famous Balandur and Vattu, the biggest the wetland in Bangalore. Okay, now as I said earlier, the problem of the wetland or the water crisis. The water crisis is the loss of wetland and they said, why is that? The water from one water body was moving to the other one. What is this?
The audio got it.
So now let's look at how the changes happen. Now remote sensing data is available. These are the pictures taken from the satellite. When you have picture of yourself about 10 years back and today, you can see what changes are happening in you. Similarly, when you have photograph of the region, you can assess what changes are happened in terms of the forest, water bodies, etc. We have used that data. 1973, 68% of the city was green. Okay. None of you were born. Only myself and Ranjit were there at that time in Bangalore. Okay. Then 92, with industries, you see the changes are happening. Red are building, blue is water body, yellow is open space. Then 99, 2000 with the IDPT coming up, outskirts, we saw the changes happening. Then intensification started 2006, 2009. And today, about 87% of the landscape is covered with the concrete. As per the government of India, how much area has to be under the green? 33%. But what we have is less than 4%. Okay. Now, that's where I've been telling the government enough is enough. We need to listen. See, already we have reached a situation like this. People use oxygen cylinder in Bangalore. So there is oxygen deficiency and the water deficiency, water scarcity in the region. Okay. So now, how much concretization has happened? From 8% in 70s has become 87%. Okay. So now that means the growth in the city has surpassed the carrying capacity in terms of supporting capacity and also assimilative capacity. Supporting capacity, you see that losing the water bodies, etc. We cannot sustain the water and all in the system. And assimilative capacity, you see the water is contaminated, air is contaminated, which shows that the nature is unable to assimilate the contaminant. Otherwise, some amount of contaminant nature can handle it. But when we cross the threshold, we have the problem. So that may, if you look at the city, there has been 1,078% increase in the concrete area records of it. We lost 88% vegetation and 79% of the water body. I saw in the last video, Mumbai, it was said that 71%. So we are 79%, okay? So now let's look at how many trees are there in Bangalore. See, when you have remote sensing data, you have multiple advantages. You can do this kind of assessment. Since you are all doing the master's and bachelor degree, in the project, you can plan for this thing for your cities and surrounding your hometown, etc. How did we do the mapping of trees in our city? For example, this is my campus, IIC campus. Using GPS, we did the mapping of trees. We linked that with the remote sensing data. Now we know what is the species response in the remote sensing data. And using with this knowledge, we did a ground measurement at various spots in Bangalore. Then with that knowledge, using remote sensing data for the entire city, they quantified how many trees are there in the city. In a city of Bangalore of 740 square kilometers, we have 14,78,000 trees and the population is 95 lakh. That means for every 7%, one tree is there. Do we require trees? Huh? Do we require trees?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Why do we require trees? Huh? Can you speak bit louder? Oxygen. Who requires oxygen? You all require oxygen now. Sure. You are all breathing. Okay. Check. My God, you are checking also. Okay. Okay. Okay, now the next question is, if you are breathing, what you are giving out? How much you give out per day? Okay, you give out about 980 grams per person per day, almost 1 kg. And people in the front row, no, not this kid, the senior, 540 grams. We all give out 540 grams per person per day. 1 hectare of tree sequester the carbon to an extent of 7 to 9 tons per year. Okay, by that ratio, for every person, there should have been 7 or 8 trees. Do you think I'm telling something new? You knew about it? Huh? You knew about it? When did you read? No, yourself only. Yes. You said like this, no? To tell you that the Google press.
Yes, sir.
You knew this information that for every person, 7 or 8 trees are required.
I knew about the data after you told.
Okay. I'll tell you something, okay? Look at our scriptures. All our scriptures, irrespective of which background, okay, talks about conservation. For example, I read Bible, it talks about 320 times nature conservation. But how many are practicing? Look at Quran, talks of imminent war if you pollute the water bodies. That's where when you visit Dargah, you have to wash your feet and fingers with a clean water before you enter Dargah. Good Dargahs always have well. You have to pull out the water from the well and wash your feet and fingers, and then only you can enter the Dargah. They thought that if you practice in Dargah, you will practice at home or in your community. And even the scripture which I follow brings out the linkage between the water, children, and the trees so nicely. If you have water, well at home, you are prosperous. 10 wells are equal to 1 lake, 10 lakes are equal to 1 reservoir, 10 reservoir is equal to 1 child, and 10 children are equal to 1 tree. When I write article, I write the other way. When you cut a tree, you are murdering your own 10 children. That becomes very effective. Sometimes people come to me asking for solution because of that. Okay. So that's how what you learn. You should also make it a habit. to look at our historical records. Then you will be highly successful in your career. Don't go by that WhatsApp, the fraud universities. You won't shine. Don't get into that trap of that WhatsApp thing, okay? Please go through the published literatures. Okay, now let's look at how many wetlands were in Bangalore. 1973. You see that we had 730 wetlands in Bangalore, and today we have about 260. People have swallowed 500 plus the wetlands in Bangalore. Okay, so you can see where all we have lost the wetland. You can see that red ones are the thing where we have lost. About 79% of the water bodies we have lost. And there are, my study goes through all the 260. 19%, 98% of the wetlands are encroached. Okay, and Rajakalavais, stormwater drains are also encroached. Very famous personalities are sitting on the drains. I do not understand. Or in one place called RR Nagar, when I visited as a part of the field work, I found a politician sitting on the train. Next to him is the film hero is also sitting on the train. Now, he is also in the jail actually for some other crime. Because the people who abuse Mother Nature, no, are they do all kinds of the social crimes, Finally, they end up in the jail. So that is what the message is. Today, if somebody removes the water body, you can think of that fellow has booked a slot in the jail for his last part of his life. Okay, now to summarize what I said, there has been 88% decline in the vegetation cover, 79% decline in the wetland in the city, and there is an oxygen deficiency as well as the groundwater. See, 45% of the water requirement for Bangalore come from the groundwater, and for groundwater to retain the water, wetland plays an important role. So, and coupled with that, the last year we faced a severe the water crisis in the city. That is mainly because due to changes in climate, Kaveri Basin didn't receive the rain and Bangalore didn't get 60% of rainwater. And other thing is groundwater, there was no water in the ground. So now that's where we thought that, see, whatever the science we do, if we can communicate to the decision making, that is the best way of doing the science. That's what we did. We developed the Bangalore Urban Information System. I launched it about a year back. Look at the number of people who have seen that. That means there is a requirement for such thing. And today's youngsters are so talented. Developing this kind of apps is not that difficult, provided if you have the data. Okay. So now let us look at the linkages. When the wetlands and vegetation cover was in the city, in 90s, temperature in the city was 21 degrees, became 24 degrees in 2000 and 28 degrees in 2010, and today 38 degrees. And if you move from the center of the city in 8 directions, you will see wherever wetlands or the park is there, temperature is 2 degrees lower. Even in my campus, because of the 54% green cover, we have the temperature 2 degrees lower than the city temperature. Because of that, we do the good science. Okay. Now, we also published this in a Nature last, 2024. The same thing what I am talking now, all the things I was telling my student, we should also document it and publish it in a good journal. That's what we did it. It brings out, if you have a plot of 40 by 60, if you leave 30% open space surrounding with the greenery, you get the required thermal comfort. This is what for the first time we proved that through the remote sensing data and the field data, what should be the open space you should live so that you will have a healthy environment. This is how the decision making at the micro level also we will try to cater to. Now this brings out the linkages. See, the where vegetation is there, temperature is lower. Or when the urban pixel increases, the temperature increases. So you can download this article from the Nature. Okay. So now how the other thing, because we are also talking about changes in farming. We did a studies across the 10 cities, including the Chennai. And our study showed the cities where public transport is weaker have a higher emission from the transportation sector. For example, Hyderabad is 54% from transportation sector and Bangalore 46%. Look at the architecture. Is this a good architecture? I'm asking a question. Do you like it? How many of you like it? You can raise your hand. Peak range is not like this. Okay, 3, that's all. Okay. See, this is a good example of copy paste. This architecture is supposed to be for temperate climate or a cold climate where to require thermal comfort, you have to conserve the heat. So that's why that architecture came up in temperate climate. But our engineering students and all, when they graduate, no, they don't study the subject. They all copy paste masters. With the chat GPT and all, they become dumb only. Okay? So these fellows, they go abroad, they look at this architecture, they come and paste it in our climate. Our climate, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad are the tropical climate. When you put it in our climate, what happens? That gave an opportunity to do the studies for me. I studied what is the electricity consumption in these buildings versus the normal building. In the normal building, the electricity consumption is 700 to 1,400 units per person per year. In this glass facade building, it is 14,000 to 17,000 the units per person per year. Units means kilowatt hour per person per year. That means 10 times higher electricity consumption. That 10 times higher electricity consumption means 10 times higher the greenhouse gas footprint. That means the unplanned urbanization is leading to the global warming. That's what we demonstrated in that article. Okay. Now let's understand why wetlands are required. Okay. I asked one question. What is the worth of mother at home? Okay, I didn't get the answer. Now I will try to show you how I have tried to do the valuation of the ecosystem. In terms of provisioning is tangible benefit. You get fish, you get water, etc. You quantify that and assign the market value to that. Then regulating services like carbon sequestration, groundwater recharge, etc. And recreation, the cultural services. Okay. So now groundwater recharge. Should I stop? Because the way you came, I thought you are going to push me out. So, see, our study showed when the lakes were there, people are getting the groundwater at 60 to 100 feet. After removal of the wetland, groundwater table went down to 600 feet in 6 years. Today, after 24 years, we have gone down to 1,900 feet. There is no water. That means because of the lake or wetland, we were having water in our wells. So now, as you see, now suppose if you rejuvenate the lake, will it solve the problem? The Saraki Lake was rejuvenated 4 years back. I was a member of that committee. Within a year of rejuvenation, groundwater table improved by 320 feet. And after 4 years, when the entire city faced a water crisis and increase in temperature, the heat wave, Saraki Lake had enough water in the lake and surrounding borewells had a water table less than 500 feet. And because of high moisture content, temperature in the Saraki catchment was at least 2 to 3 degrees lower than this, the city temperature. I said that if you want to address the heat waves and the water scarcity in the region, the best way is to conserve the lakes in that vicinity because the city has 216 lakes. Every ward has one lake. So we should take advantage of that. Okay, so now we also quantified what is the kind of goods they will get in terms of fish, fodder, etc. When the lake is not contaminated, the water will get only 20 rupees per day per hectare. That may who are the people who depend on the lake? Fish, washerwomen, then researchers like us. We are benefited if the lake is in clean, but who are killing the lake, the elite section of the society who do not even know how to dispose the waste. So that is this. This gives the groundwater table, what I talked about it. So now let's look at and if you identify the strain, don't go to the repository and take the strain and do your biofuel study. Go to the field, go to the wetland, collect the sample and analyze, do the biochemical composition, and then you will get a best strain. You can take it forward. That's what we did. And this article became quite famous. Actually, it was BBC and all picked up this. No, when my student take up the thing, I will never allow them to use the repository thing. They have to go to the field. One of my students, she went to the coastal area. Trans certification, etc. And she came up with that. That's what as a teacher, we should insist the children to do it. They will do it. Sorification and to break the cell wall of the algae. And then the next is to convert the oil into the liquid into the biodiesel. You do the transcription. Again, we publish this in a very good channel. Okay. So then, in coastal areas, you have macroalgae also. Macroalgae are rich in starch or carbohydrate, so that you can convert that into ethanol. Whereas the microalgae is rich in the oil or a protein. So you can convert that into the biodiesel. These are the advantages. Now, what my student did is West Coast, what all algae are there, she just did the mapping, looked at the biochemical composition of that. Then converted that, the constituent of that algae that has a funny sugar, you need to break that into the simple sugar for the fermentation. That process is called hydrolysis. Again, we looked at what is the best way to do it. What kind of the enzyme has to be used for the hydrolysis. And then for the fermentation, I didn't allow her to use the strain which is there for the yeast strain to do the fermentation. Wherever I went, I used to carry the fruit from that region. During my 1.5 year, I had to visit 100 places. I gave her 110 fruits. She extracted the yeast from all those 110. She and another student of mine, both of them did it. And out of that, we got 2 strains, which does both hydrolysis and the fermentation. We published that in this article. Again, it's a very good channel. Okay. So now the students, you can start thinking on this, how I can be different. See, if you want to be shine in the system, you have to be different. If everyone is rising in the morning, you should rise in the late night and start working. Then you see that you are different from that. But that is a crude example I gave. See, my classmates, when we have graduated, we all got offer from abroad. But I said, I will be in my country. Other countries should invite me. I don't want to travel to the other country at the expense of the country's money. All my classmates went abroad. I was alone in India. But when they meet me after 25 years, they say my decision is the best because I have visited more countries than them, not by Indian money, but by the other countries' money. And also my name is there in the system. That's what you have to keep in mind, okay? Now, how do you quantify? You can also think your mother, what all work she done, provisioning, regulating, and cultural. So we have used the residual value method and we have quantified regulating services and cultural services because we are quite strong in cultural services. Every Kere Haba, the lake festival, we go find out how many people assemble. Because I'm in the lake committee, it's become easier for me and also it is mandatory, I have to attend. So when I do that, I get the data also. So then when we did that, we did it for the entire Karnataka also. Since I am in the National Wetland Committee of Government of India, as well as I am in Tamil Nadu Wetland Committee also. Karnataka Wetland Committee. When I attended a meeting, they said there are no wetlands in Karnataka. Then I took up the matter with the government. I said there is a problem in misinterpretation of the rule, 2010 wetland rule. We have to look at it, and fortunately there was a Supreme Court judgment which said any water body greater than 2.5 hectares is a wetland. I picked up that order, gave it to the wetland committee. I said that please send it to all the state government asking for the number of wetlands in respective state. And he gave a time limit of 3 months. When I attended the Karnataka Wetland Authority meeting, from 0, it has moved to 14,000 because of that Supreme Court order 2.5 hectares. Then we did the mapping of all the wetland irrespective of the size. We have 39,000 wetlands in Karnataka. So that's what, say, how many months my students took to digitize? 2 girls have taken 3 months. If they decide, they can change the system, okay? So then we looked at what is the services provided by the wetland. And it amounts to about, NPV of that is about 7,320 billion rupees. And if you look at any wetland, the worth is 10 lakh rupees per hectare per year is the worth of the wetland. Similarly, you can assess your mother, you will be surprised with that number. Okay, so now, when you remove the wetland, what happens? Even Chennai faces the problem, flooding. This gives a picture from 2001. Every year, same photograph, similar photograph appears in the lake. When I looked at the science behind it, wetlands are interconnected, but interconnectivity is lost because of that flooding is happening. My simple solution is re-establish interconnectivity among the lakes. That's where when we worked on that, I also got the ruling from the entity to say what should be the buffer region for the trails as well as the wetlands. Based on our work, 75 meters was the buffer for the wetlands in Bangalore. Okay, so now when you pollute the lake, what happens? Algae doesn't grow. When you have profuse growth of macrophyte, invasive species, it doesn't allow the sunlight to penetrate. The algae doesn't grow. Since algae is not there, the fish and zooplankton is there, not there. So that's why the worth of the lake come down from 10,500 to 20 rupees per day per hectare. And you see that frothing of the lake, fine, this happens. What is the solution for the frothing? You assess the froth. You will be surprised to see that there are detergent residues in that. Phosphorus comes from the detergent. Way back in 90s when frothing happened in Europe, the restrictions were brought on the detergent to reduce the phosphorus. But in our country, it was not happening. Then when we analyzed, when I met the central government minister, he said that I have to give the scientific report. When I analyzed, my students analyzed, we saw the phosphorus. And we also found out what is the alternative to use it for detergent. Hindustan Unilever manufacture detergents in India without phosphorus, but it exports to Europe and America. But for Indian market, they push the phosphorus, the rich detergent. That's why the Yamuna is frothing, the lakes are frothing. Okay, so Yamuna in Delhi. Okay, now how it affects you and me? Let us look at. The fish in the lake come to our food plate, and people grow vegetable in the downstream. When they grow vegetable in the downstream, we collected the sample. We analyzed the vegetable, fish, and milk in that region. All of them had heavy metal. When heavy metal get into your food, what is the tragedy? People will have cancer and kidney failure. Cancer is number one Bangalore today. And kidney failure, what was 1 in 1 lakh about 12 years back, today is 1 in 5,000. Every 5,000 person, there one person has lost a kidney. And more children are getting affected. When I go to the schools as a part of my environmental education program, in a government school, I come across a boy losing the kidney. I thought maybe it is a government school. The children with a below poverty level come there. Maybe that is the reason I thought. Then I went to the private school, KK English High School. The principal took me to the LKG. A girl child had lost one kidney. Okay, in the same school, 8th standard, 2 girls have lost the kidneys. One girl had lost both the kidney and other one is one. Then after 4 months, I thought I should do something to the children. I talked to some of the people and I went with the proposal to the school. I went to the principal. Hello, madam, what's the problem? Yourself with the colored dress. Don't disturb, okay? I have come with a purpose so that when you understand, you will do this kind of experiment. That's why I come. I have not come here to kill my time. Please understand and respect my this one, okay? See, then when I went to that school after 4 months, I asked the principal, I want to meet the child which has lost both the kidney. The principal told me that child is no more. And also he added the security guard who was from Nepal, who was in 30, died of the kidney failure. Youth are the asset of the nation. We are losing the youth because of the contaminant getting into the food chain. That's where we have to be careful. That's where, when you talk about advanced zoology and biotechnology, you should take up this kind of experiment and make everyone understand, because Chennai is not far behind the Bangalore. The similar thing must be happening here also. Okay, that's where I developed that Bangalore Lake Information System. Now I am at the last leg of my talk. What else we have done? How the science has benefited society. Wastewater treatment with constructed wetland all the pond, rainwater harvesting, creating the water body, and mini forest in each ward are my solution. And sensitizing the youth. I might have given 2000 plus lectures in various schools and colleges in the country. I have the satisfaction of doing it, but my students who have listened to me today have done PhDs also, some of them. So that is what has happened. Tomorrow, if major chunk of you get into higher studies and meet me after 10 years and say that because of this wetland program, we thought of doing the higher studies in this science, and that's how we are contributing to society. That's a remarkable the gift you will give it to us. Okay. So now, how did I do this wastewater treatment? Chetpur Lake in Bangalore, surrounding that 25 wells are there. When I looked at the water quality, all of them had nitrate. Nitrate is a carcinogen, which means it introduces cancer. I pushed the government to rejuvenate the lake. I was a member of the committee. At that time, I had an opportunity to integrate conservation wetland and other pond along with the secondary treatment plant. Because secondary treatment plant will remove only the chemical ion, the nutrient is not removed. Nitrate is a nutrient problem. So to remove the nutrient, I had the nature-based solution. I integrated constructive wetland and algal pond. We monitored this wetland for the last 12 years. My students have monitored that, and we see 85 to 90% removal of nutrient happens in the system. And today, along the Jakkur Lake, 300 wells are there. None of them have nitrate in the well water. I have the satisfaction of giving a clean water at least to those 300 well users in Bangalore. But that is how the family. And now this model is getting popular as an ISC model or TVR model, and people are replicating it in other lakes in Bangalore also. Now, let us see whether Bangalore has enough water. Chennai also has enough water. You should tell your chief minister. Bangalore also has enough water. I will tell my chief minister. How? Because when I look at the range, what we get, 700 to 850 millimeter, if I catch that range, I have 15 TMC of water. Bangalore requires 18 TMC of water. That means 70% of the water required for Bangalore is already available in the form of rainwater. The best option is catch the rainwater. The rainwater rooftop harvesting. That's what Madam Jayalalitha did in this. The enterprising chief minister of this state. Whatever the other part, best thing she did was, that's why we need the leaders like that, women leader who can change the system, but they should not get corrupted in the system. Okay? So now, the next best option, in addition to rooftop harvesting, is rejuvenate the lake and retain the rainwater in the lake. Groundwater recharge will happen. Okay, and when we use 18 TMC of water, we have 18 TMC of wastewater. If I treat it similar to Jakkur model, I have 16 TMC of treated water. That means 15 TMC because of rainwater harvesting, 16 TMC because of the wastewater treatment. I have 31 TMC of water where the demand in the city is 18 TMC. For this to happen, I have a 5R formula. First R is responsible citizen. People will be responsible when they are environmentally literate. Okay, when you are environmentally literate, you will be sensible. When you are sensible, you become responsible. That's what the country requires. When you are responsible, okay, you will rejuvenate the lake so that I can retain the rainwater. And also you will allow me to do the reuse of recycle of the wastewater. Otherwise, people write to me saying that, why do you want us to drink sewage water? I always tell them, you travel with me from Mysore to Bangalore, you will see Kaveri water getting the sewage of Mysoreans. Instead of drinking sewage of Mysoreans, don't you think it's tastier to have your own sewage treated and have it at home? That's the best option, okay? So now, how do you restore the lake? That is one of the theme I saw. Restoration is your thing. I developed a blueprint for rejuvenating the wetland. Decontaminate the thing. That means whatever contaminant in the lake you have to remove, and you have to arrest the contaminant coming into the lake. I prepared this blueprint sometime in 2015. It was sitting on my table and I had submitted to the government. Nothing was happening. But couple of youth met me in one of the meeting when I had gone out. They said, we will do it, sir. We will change the world and all. I said, you prove your work by making this report happiness. They took it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court penalized government of Karnataka 500 crore for polluting the big lakes in Bangalore. That 500 crore is kept in escrow account. And now these two lakes are getting rejuvenated. I am a member of that committee. When the rejuvenation happens, the 30% of the Bangalore water demand is met by these lakes. So see how we are solving the problem. Okay, that's how the science helps. Okay, now these are the technology to decontaminate the water entering the lake. And when we looked at the water quality and safety, this is where the youth of today are required. And of course, army people also helped me. When I started doing this, I got help from everybody except this one. I don't have to depend for money for anyone. Everyone says, "Hey, I will come and help you." And when the army helped us, we could have their boat and we collected the water sample and sediment sample with the soldiers. Okay, and we quantified how much silt is in the lake. When I quantified the silt in Balandur and Vattur lake, there was 11 million cubic meter of the silt. I gave a proposal to the government of Karnataka. If I convert this silt, I will get 1,500 crore because of the bricks. If I look at the nutrient of this silt, if you take N, it can fertilize soils in Punjab. If I look at P, it can fertilize soils in Uttar Pradesh. If I look at potash, it can fertilize soils in Andhra Pradesh. And economic worth of that silt is 15,000 crores. The moment I released the report, all the media said the worth of silt of Balandur, Vattur is 15,000 crores. I told them that you have done a wonderful thing. Tomorrow everybody will come and they take silt. So that I don't have to worry about the removing the silt like that. Okay. See, in the meanwhile, what happened was when we did the quality assessment, Balandur had some contaminant. Vattur Lake, because it's a downstream of Balandur, didn't have any contaminant. I decided to give it to the farmers in the region. 400-acre farmers, I gave it because in the immediate vicinity at zero cost, I asked the government to supply the silt to the. You might ask, how did you do it? You are a scientist. Since I was a member of the National Green Tribunal, I had a power equivalent to the judge. So I could take the decision and government of Karnataka has to implement that. See, that is the power of the science. Now, if you do a good science, you can shape the system, you can transform your country and your motherland, okay? So now, this gives the composition of the silt in the lake. And when I visited the farmers after 4 months, to see whether I have taken the good decision. Each farmers welcomed with a bumper crop, and they said that they got additional money of 1,50,000 per acre because of my decision to give the silt to them, which had nutrient, because they didn't use a fertilizer. And second thing is the nutrient-rich soil gave a bumper crop, and they grow this twice a year. The vegetables, the green leaves, etc. You can see that 1,50,000 into 3 is the worth of the sale per acre. And that is what is the science benefit the society. Okay. And that's what we communicate to the wider section. I organize a symposium, popularly known as Lake Symposium, once in 2 years. I get an audience of 1,000 to 1,200. In my auditorium, chairs are, empty chairs are not seen. The children will be sitting even on the floor. 30 to 40% of the school and college students attend this symposium. They do a simple experiment like carbon monitoring in the catchment, the water quality. If you have a lake in the vicinity, it's your responsibility as an education institution to make sure the children take part in this monitoring. You can see my students training them. We give the orientation program for the children, and the children come and they collect the samples, they analyze it, and the children in rural area, they do the mapping of biodiversity in the neighborhood. That's how we are doing the capacity building at all levels. Okay, now this is the lake we have created in the campus. 2005, I had given the proposal, then it was implemented by 2008. This is a lab for my student to do the biofuel study. Not only students are happy, I have otter in the campus. I was talking to Ranjit few minutes back. He asked me about the otter. This is the otter. Otter is a voracious little fish. I don't feed that. My job was only to store the water. But when we did biodiversity study, we found, you can see here I'm taking measurement 2005, 2008 onwards, every year it looks like this. Then this gives algae, zooplankton, fish, and bird diversity in the region. And when you look at this, it has enough food, the otter. That means nature knows, if you facilitate the system, nature knows how to create the ecosystem and ensure the food for everybody. See, if you look at nature, no, nobody is deprived of the food. It's only the humans when we come, we are the jealous of somebody and we deprive them the food, okay? And wherever the water scarcity is there, my models have worked. You know, this saint met me in 2015. He said, my taluk has a severe water crisis, can you solve? I said, you are a saint, you should be able to solve it with your thing. He said, no, I need your help. I give a simple thing. This is the lake. There are 32 lakes in your taluk. You decide. He said 32 is impossible. I can do one or two. I said, you do two. Remaining, I will get it done, I said. And we did that, local people did 30 lakes desilting, etc. And the same did two things. Last year, when entire Karnataka faced the green drought, this particular taluk did face the water crisis because of the managing the water bodies at local level. If you have water crisis in Tamil Nadu, the best solution is to manage the water bodies at a decentralized level, manage the wetland in the thing. When I look at the success, it is because of the youth. Even this saint is young, less than 40. And the children's, the students from college are there, engineering, there is, and CEO of the college is also quite young. Then I gave a medicine to him to create a water body in his campus, which stores 25 lakh liters and native species planting in the catchment. And when I visit that, I go every alternate month as a guest faculty. You see the greenery with abundant water and smile on our face. I'll put it in simple word. This gentleman, when he met me, he was a poor bachelor trying to get married, but not happy. Unlike Bangaloreans, no, they see somebody in the Facebook, all these fellows get married. Next month, they will file the divorce paper. But in this area, people don't get married like that. But believe it or not, within a 6 months of creating water body, he gets a partner who takes care of the entire family. Join. She doesn't want me to stay outside. When I visit their institution, I have to stay in their home, not even in their guest house. This experiment, what it shows me is science, society, culture, and spirituality should go hand in hand if you want to see the prosperity of natural resource. That's what this experiment brings out. Okay. So when you come to the campus, you will see this climber. I was fascinated by this climber. We got that spot to the Bangalore, and Ranjit is responsible for this one. It was not scouting. He thought that we had to do the mechanical treatment, chemical treatment and all. And we planted that in 7 places. Out of 7 places, only one place it survived, that is next to the building, where I have worked for 2.5 decades and where Ranjit worked for almost 1.5 decades. That means even the plants know who will take care. Myself, Ranjit, we used to talk, see how much it has sprouted and all those things, okay? In front of this building, we created mini forest in a 2 hectares area, 49 native species. 500 saplings were planted way back in 90s when I was a student. And today you come and see, you get a feel of the rainforest. More importantly, look at the biodiversity. You have slender lorries and varieties of snakes and birds in that region. And other thing is groundwater, which was 150 feet earlier. Today I have water at 10 feet. And temperature in this region is 2 degrees lower. See, whatever I said earlier, that wetlands moderate the climate, the ecosystem moderate the climate and give us a water. Through our experiment, creating this one, we have shown it is possible. That means every city, you should be able to create a wetland and you should be able to have mini forest, okay? So now that's what we communicate to the people. See, sometimes my audience runs into thousands. People from the neighboring district come to listen to me in some of the, and also I offer a course, this is quite popular for last 23 years on environmental management. That's why capacity building is happening at the adult level for the people working in industries and the universities, etc. And the capacity building happens in the schools and colleges. That's how we are doing the capacity building at all levels. I've come here thinking that when I looked at the institution profile, I saw visit for women, college for women. I thought the best medicine I can give is when you learn, you will become a successful in your career, so that you will really make sure it happens in the system. Behind each of my experiment, you see the success is because of girl students, he worked sincerely. You know, the lakes of Bangalore we monitored because of two girls from Kerala monitored all the lakes for 3 years. You know, that is where with that hope I have come, and I'm sure you will show that the similar thing happens in your state and make sure that wetland is neither enclosed nor contaminated. You will come up with the appropriate management strategy. That is the purpose of this kind of event. I hope with this capacity building, we have 200 plus youngsters for our system. We'll do something great for the country. Okay, I wish you all the success and I conclude my talk. Thank you. That is all for you. Now I have a small assignment for Ranjit. Okay. The Aganashni estuary was declared a Ramsar wetland based on our 2.5 decades work. My colleague Swaschandran and a couple of students worked on fish, bivalves, and all those things. We did the valuation, etc. That 2.5 decades thing, you know, we are successful in getting a Ramsar tag on January 30th, 2024. Okay, and this is that report. Now you can see that all the work what we did, we just put it and I submitted to Ramsar Secretariat and also the ministry and pursued with them for 2 years and successful in getting a Ramsar tag for that. Okay, and one of the laterite here we got the marine sanctuary in Honavar this one. And these are the two publications by my student the last year, you know, the bumper year. We had a wonderful time, you know, in the nature we published it. Okay, and look at the diversity of our land. You know, in one district, in one taluk, I have 55 varieties of rice. In one village in Uttara Kannada, I have 16 varieties of brinjal. Now, look at the diversity of life. You know, when you have diversity, you have a resilient system, climate resilient system. Okay. Now, which part of the earth is diverse? Let us look at. When you do the mapping latitudinally, you will see the highest diversity of plants and animals at 8 to 16 degree latitude, which corresponds to Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, part of Goa. That means all of us have inherited this rich diversity. It's our responsibility to pass it on to our children and grandchildren. That's what we should do. Okay. Now, how science helps. Using remote sensing data, we looked at how the forest is changing and forest is getting fragmented. See, earlier to analyze one district, I used to take about 7 to 8 months. Today, my students analyze the whole Western Ghats in 8 months using machine learning algorithm. Today, you are empowered with this technology. Don't be lazy. Your job must be 10 times faster than what I used to do. You know what I did, my student, when they do it, I tell them openly. Because of technology, you are successful. This one, okay? And we also predicted what is going to happen. You know, our study shows the forest will be only 10% evergreen for under evergreen in Western Ghats. Only 18% will be the under forest. And the implication is temperature will increase in Kerala. That's what I said. Already it is happening. And rainfall pattern will change. And rainfall intensity will change. Instead of rain coming for 4 to 6 months, it will come in few days, you know, few weeks. That means high intensity rainfall, it will have the landslide and mudslide. If you read this publication, what I wrote in 2018, in one paragraph, I had said that Karnataka and Kerala will face the vagary of this, you know, mismanagement through the landslides and mudslides. 2018, November it was published. 2019, landslides and mudslides happened in Kerala as well as Karnataka. Then people started looking at our publications. My student said, sir, we have achieved a success. I said, don't think like that. This is only a momentary thing. They will remember till that flood recedes. Then after that, they will be back to the thing. As I predicted, happened. So last year, when why not face a severe crisis, again this work, people started looking at it. Entire one community washed away in Kerala. You know, 150 families washed away just because of the mafias in the region. The timber mafia who converted the forest into the tea plantation and put these workers in that through the colony there. That entire population who are experts in tree cutting, they are not there today. See, some big fellow decides and we become vulnerable in the system. Okay. Now let's look at how much carbon is stored in the thing. I asked your mother now. Look at Mother Earth. the Western Ghats plot. It stores 1.23 million gigagram, or every year it stores 37,000 gigagram. If I assign the economic value, it comes to 100 billion rupees or a $1.4 billion. Okay, so I will, so see, when you look at the Mother Earth, covered with a green saree of native species, she retains the water for 12 months so that you have prosperity here. That's what I showed in the earlier experiment. When you convert this green saree of native species into synthetic saree of rubber, etc., she retains the water only for 4 to 6 months. That means we will lose the water for 6 to 8 months. One fellow becomes big with that rubber plantation, and remaining the villagers in that region will lose their prosperity. You know, that is what we should think of. What is the development for whom the development is? Okay, so I learned the sustainability from this lady. You know, she does the bivalve harvesting. She does only one basket every day. She and her daughter-in-law. I was curious. After 4 or 5 days observation, I asked her, why you collect only one basket? You could have collected one more. She told me that when I sell this basket full of bivalves today, I get 350 rupees, which is sufficient for me to run my family. For tomorrow, I'll come and harvest tomorrow. That's how she is ensuring the sustainability in the system, renewability in the system. When you talk about sustainability, renewability is a very important thing. You know, when younger generations are there, the renewability is happening in the system. You know, why India is strong? Because of the youth. 65% of our population are young, and if we just empower them with the knowledge, we can make India as a successful country in the globe. That's what we are looking for. And we developed the decision support system for Western Ghats. I'll go to that and conclude my talk. Okay, this is all the layers what we had, you know, based on the biogeoclimatic variable. We integrated at the grid level, you know, 5 minutes by 5 minutes or 9 kilometer by 9 kilometer. Then we developed the decision support system, which is available online. You can visualize your village, your state, your district, your taluk, find out which the villages which are ecologically sensitive and why it is, and all the publications are put it there, and also the videos also I have archived there. See, and app also we developed called Psychiatry. It's available in Google Play Store. You can visualize that. Okay, so now we also did ecosystem service assessment for the thing. See, agenda of my science is to sow the seeds of knowledge in this area. And when they have adequate knowledge, they become sensible. When they become sensible, they will be responsible. Then they become asset to the nation. That's what we are looking for. That's how each teacher works for. You know, when you look at your teacher, the teacher's contribution is to mold you and give it to the nation, hoping that you will make the country more prosperous and more proud of yourself. Okay, thank you very much. These are the pages, and you get the details, okay? And you can see that when youngsters do a good job, there will be smile on everybody's face. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, yes, you can ask.
Good afternoon, sir. I have a question regarding rejuvenation of lakes you mentioned about. So let's say a lake is being contaminated with things like lake sediments, lead, and harmful chemicals, and also nutrients like nitrates. So won't there be a disposal problem when we do rejuvenation of those lakes?
Don't you think that is an opportunity for you to think and implement the solution? That's what I did in Bangalore Lake. You know, that's where we came up with remediation thing. You know, highly contaminated thing. We said it has to go to the quarry bed so that after some time we can handle it. But other things we have done a simple treatment like nitrate removal is rather easy. You have a grass curve for one season and see that nitrate level has come down. That's where the science is required. That's where youngsters are required in our system to do the science. Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing is impossible if you decide. If you don't decide, then excuse will become an everyday problem. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. During 2024, Bangalore was facing significant increase in urban heat waves. Do you know any specific reason for that?
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Vishnu Bhadrath.
Okay, on the lighter side, no, people don't feel bad. I have shown you why it is the heat wave and all, okay? You know, what did I say? One is urbanism, what is urbanism? After the urbanism has led to the thing. That means the landscape is transition from forest to the paved landscape. With the paved landscape, you have higher heat emission, etc., and lower water retention. Because of that, you had the high. But I also said about a lake, which was rejuvenated because of that, water retention become, this one, groundwater was there and there was sufficient water and temperature, because of high moisture content, temperature in that locality was 2 to 3 degrees lower. See, one side, through the science when we implemented, we have shown a success model. Other part is demanding a similar solution, what we did in Sarki Lake, okay? So this I talked about it, I elaborated, okay? Probably you missed it at that time, and also our publication in Nature will give the details of that, okay?
This is not a question anyway. Dr. Ramachandra kept referring to me all the time, Ranjit, Ranjit, Ranjit. All of you would have wondered why he used my name so frequently. I have to give a little bit of history, which with your permission I will do. In 1983, I joined the Indian Institute of Science as a very young person. I was only 23 years old then. I was more or less like you. I had just finished my master's and I joined. 1 year later, I think Dr. Ramachandra joined. He joined as a master's student. And we both worked together. I was there till 92, so 9 years we worked together, and we were good friends. His wife also, she also worked Nagaratna, and we knew each other very well, and we did a lot of work together, particularly that mini forest, because the Indian Institute of Science campus was fully planted with exotic trees. There was a former director whom you may have heard of, Satish Dhawan. There is that Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. He was formerly the director of Indian Institute of Science, and his wife was very fond of gardening. So wherever she went, she used to bring plants and plant them in the campus. So the campus was fully covered with non-native trees. Every tree that you find in the campus was not native. So there was at that time a small patch of land opposite our department, which was fully covered with all kinds of weeds and exotic plants. So it was that time Dr. Ramachandra and Professor Gadgil, who passed away recently, they had this idea of developing a mini forest. So that small patch, they brought plants from the Western Ghats and they planted 49 species native plants, and today they are almost 30 years old. So he fully devoted, although he's by training an engineer. He did his work on engineering, and he worked under a very famous scientist called D.K. Subramaniam. D.K. Subramaniam is a very, very well-known scientist in the field of energy, and he was an advisor to the government of Karnataka in energy, a very humble person, but he was a very well-known person in his field, and Dr. Ramachandra was his student, and they together developed various kinds of models of sustainable energy use. Like instead of having this very big dams, they thought of micro hydel projects, have small generators in small streams, and you can generate power to provide for a village. Various kinds of experiments were developed, and over a period of, I left Bangalore in 92. Since then, I've been in Chennai, but he has continued to be there. He's much younger to me, so he has more years to serve. So over the years, he has developed plenty of initiatives, experiments. I have seen his experimental pond in the Indian Institute of Science, where he grew alga to see how alga can be used to generate electricity. So what he has been trying to tell you is that small beginnings. You don't have to go for mega projects like people try to do. Small beginnings, a small experiment on your campus, small experiment in Chennai. that can give you a lot of inputs for, sustainably progressing. We have now reached a stage where, we want to progress, but we know it is not sustainable. So that is something that he has done, and IISc, even at that time, there was a department called Astra, Application of Science and Technology for Rural India. So now it has been renamed into something else, and he has been associated with, there was another professor called Ravindranath, who also have plenty of research on climate and, carbon sequestering, and they are pioneers in this area. So I was very keen when I spoke to your HOD, Dr. Anita Williams, that she should bring him to Chennai. In fact, we expected that he would appear only online, but he has been kind enough to travel all the way here to talk to you, because he personally felt that, one-to-one would be more effective than a remote virtual talk. So I'm most grateful to him for having come here, and also to Dr. Anita Williams to have listened to me and brought him here. And I'm sure all of you have been inspired by this talk. And let us give him a big hand, and yes.
Okay, thank you, Ranjit.
No, I don't think that.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the Bangalore Lakes Information System and how it aids to the sustainable management of lakes. Your talk has also offered valuable insights on the importance of wetlands and helped us gain a deeper understanding on how plastics can pose a threat to the ecosystem and what can we as humans do about it. We truly appreciate the time and expertise you have shared with us today throughout your interactive session. Now I call upon Dr. Andy Rubens to deliver the vote of thanks.
We express our heartfelt thanks to Dr. T.V. Ramachandra for delivering an illuminating and impactful talk on the Bangalore Lakes Information System for Sustainable Management of Lakes. His presentation provided a comprehensive understanding of wetlands as vital socio-ecological systems and clearly articulated their role in sustaining biodiversity, water security, and urban resilience. By seamlessly integrating long-term field data with spatial and non-spatial analysis, Dr. Ramachandra demonstrated how this serves as a powerful decision support system for informed lake governance. His evidence-based insights on lake contamination, biodiversity loss, and fragmented institutional management underscored the urgency of conservation and regeneration efforts. We are deeply grateful for his scholarly clarity, policy relevance, and unwavering commitment to safeguarding Bangalore lakes for sustainable future. Your talk was very enlightening, sir, and as a scientist, you have put things into practical use to, regenerate mother. Thank you very much. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to give you a minute.
Thank you, audience, for your active participation and valuable presence. I have a set of announcements to make. The first announcement is poster presentation and photography participants are requested to assemble in the banquet hall for checking your works right after the completion of the session. I repeat, poster presentation and photography participants are requested to assemble in the banquet hall right after the completion of the session. Kindly follow Ms. Meera for the same. Students who haven't completed your forenoon registration, kindly complete it as soon as possible. All the faculty and delegates are requested to proceed for lunch to the dining area at Wetlands. Kindly follow Ms. Christopher for the same. I repeat, all the faculty and delegates are requested to proceed for lunch to the dining area at Wetlands. Kindly follow Ms. Christopher for the same. Participants, kindly reassemble here in Bertha Field Auditorium by 1:25 p.m. after lunch for the next session. I repeat, kindly reassemble here in Bertha Field by 1:25 p.m. after lunch for the next session. Thank you.
Photography last particular. This. Barabar. Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
No, good afternoon, sir. Sir, there was a delay in the morning session.
Yes,
Participants will be joining in another 15 minutes, sir.
15 minutes? Okay, that's fine. So I'll come back in 15 minutes.
Yes, yes, sir. Sorry for the delay, sir.
No worries at all.
Had your lunch, sir?
I'll go and get some breakfast. I'm in the Netherlands, so it's
Yes,
still
yes, sir.
time difference.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We now move into session 3 of ISWETCons 26. I invite Dr. Vanita Williams, Head of the Department of Advanced Zoology and Biotechnology and convener of this event, to introduce the speaker for this session.
Good afternoon. I'm truly honored to introduce Professor Tej Mundkar, Senior Advisor, Wetlands International, Netherlands. Dr. Mundkar is a nature conservationist and an independent consultant based in the Netherlands. He holds a doctorate in waterbird ecology from Saurashtra University, Rajkot in Gujarat, and a master's degree in microbiology from Pune University, India. With over 3 decades of leadership in global wetland and waterbird conservation, Dr. Tej has worked extensively across Asia and Europe on projects promoting the conservation and wise use of wetlands. He serves as a senior advisor to Wetlands International, where he previously led major flyway scale programs across Central Asian flyway and beyond. His work includes coordination of the International Waterbird Census, IWC, particularly the Asian Waterbird Census, and the development of globally recognized waterbird population estimates, WPE. He has collaborated with conventions, governments, NGOs, and the corporate sector to advance conservation outcomes in multiple regions. He has been closely involved in advising on tackling highly pathogenic avian influenza in wild birds, poultry, and human through his work with the UN Food and Agricultural Organization and Wetlands International. Dr. Tej facilitates the development of the World Coastal Forum, a new initiative to promote synergy among all government and private sectors for the conservation and restoration of coastal ecosystems worldwide. He serves as an adjunct professor in ecology at the Institute of Environment Education and Research, Bharati Vidyapeeth, a deemed university at Pune. He has also served as chair of the CMS Flyways Working Group that was responsible for the development of a multi-year program of work for migratory birds worldwide, and vice chair of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Technical Subcommittee, advising on the conservation of migratory birds and their habitats across the flyway. Sir, we are truly delighted to have you to chair this session on biodiversity of wetlands, and we look forward to your talk on biodiversity conservation promoted through waterbird and wetland monitoring in India and the Central Asian flyway. I now open the session to Dr. Mundkar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. It's an honor and pleasure for me to speak to you all. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm speaking to you from Arnhem in the Netherlands, where I currently live. But I have to say that my heart is still in India. So I'm living in the Netherlands and traveling often to India and other countries in what we will learn is the Central Asian Flyway. And this talk is really to give you a bit of an understanding about what are waterbirds, what is migration, what are wetlands, how can we better monitor waterbirds and therefore wetlands, and protect and look after our wild heritage as well as look at sustainable development at the same time. So with that background, I'm going to try and share my screen, which is always a challenge in this. Could I check with you whether you're seeing my full screen or the presentation mode? Are you seeing my full screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. The talk is entitled Biodiversity Conservation Promoted Through Waterbird and Wetland Monitoring in India and the Central Asian Flyway. Now, the Central Asian Flyway, as we learn, is one of the major global flyways. But before we jump into that, we need to think about why are we monitoring birds or nature? Is it just because they are so beautiful that we need to do something about them, or is there a deeper reason for that? And if we look, for example, at the definition of monitoring in Wikipedia, it very simply says, monitoring is the observation of something or some things over time, and it may refer to many different aspects of our life. We can be talking about environmental monitoring, which is observing processes and activities that measures the quality of the environment, or we could be monitoring different aspects of it, such as for birds, so measuring characteristics of bird ecology and behavior over time. That gives us an understanding of what's happening to the birds, their numbers, and using the birds as a way to relate to the environment. And when we talk about birds, I'm focusing on water birds. And water birds are a wide group of birds that are dependent on wetlands through their annual life cycle, sometimes all 12 months, sometimes they live in the wetlands and go out to feed, or sometimes they just come to the wetlands to nest and then feed in the grasslands, in the croplands, and they include a wide variety of species, over 350 species. These are different families of birds. I won't go into the details of these, but I'll just point out one little iconic species, the spoonbill sandpiper, which we believe has only less than 800 birds left in the wild in total. This bird rarely comes to India. It normally nests in far easternmost Russia and comes down to Southeast and East Asia, occasionally into India, but also into the Sundarbans in Bangladesh. The other species are of grebes, herons, storks, ibis, geese, pelican, ducks, cranes, terns, a wide variety of shorebirds, gulls, flamingo that you'd probably recognize down here, and cormorants, which are also found in many of the wetlands, including in Chennai. So the question then is, why do we count waterbirds or monitor waterbirds as a way to monitor biodiversity? For one, we know that waterbirds are very visible and they are widespread across wetlands. Because they're very visible, they are a good indicator also of productivity of wetlands, because the more birds there are, it means there's more food for the birds, and therefore the wetlands are productive. So we can use them as a way to understand what's going on in the wetlands. Waterbirds also migrate along long distances between countries, between continents, and therefore they provide an example and a mechanism for international cooperation. And that cooperation to conserve the birds and their habitat is essential for their management. We've learned that because people are so interested in birds and nature, people go out and count birds on their own, out of their own interest. And so working with these people and others, we can develop a cost-effective way that can monitor these birds over the long time. And when you do it over the long time at the local level or national level or at the flyway population level, this gives us information about whether the bird numbers are going up or down And whether they are going down or they're going up, it can be a good news or a bad news story. And therefore, it becomes an effective way to promote advocacy or awareness raising around birds. So that's one of the reasons why we've focused on water birds, because water birds are very dependent on wetlands, as are people. Whether you're talking about coastal wetlands, riverine wetlands, or lakes, humans always depend on water, and water that we use comes from wetlands. So we are closely connected to wetlands, as are these birds. Now, to understand a little about the movement of birds, because I've used the word migration, I've used the word flyaway. If we look at the Asia Pacific region as a major part of the world, we know from research that during the months of May to July, across the northern part of the continent, from Siberia to temperate Russia, large numbers of birds congregate here and nest in the northern summer. There is a very short period of time when they can nest, because in a few months it becomes very cold, there is no food for them, and the birds are forced to leave. When they are forced to leave, they migrate south. They fly south. They may fly down using coastal wetlands or inland wetlands or grasslands or even deserts sometimes. And different birds use different routes. They have different timings of flying. And we are only now learning a little bit about the detail of this through various research projects. By putting transmitters on their back, we can follow their detailed movements, for example, but counting the birds remains a very important way to know where the birds are stopping on these migrations. And these stopping points form a network that need to be protected for the conservation of these birds. And by the time you get to October, November, most of the birds have reached their northern wintering place. And some birds undertake an amazing migration right across the Pacific, which is nearly 12,000 kilometers from Alaska down to New Zealand and Australia. And this feat is only possible because we've been able to study these birds in great detail. During the months of November to February, these birds are spread out. They are concentrated. Usually they're not moving around too much, which means that if we try and count them in one place, they shouldn't be moving to other places at that time. Because as the seasons change, March, April, May, the birds are rushing to go back to their nesting grounds, and there is always a race to go back, because when you go back first, you can choose where you want to nest, and the ones who get there first can also get the first food that becomes available. So there is a challenge for birds to rush back, and sometimes where they stop now is different from when they stopped on their way south. So the southward and northward migration can be quite different, and we need to understand the details of this in order to conserve these birds. And by conserving these birds, we are conserving their sites, and we are conserving these sites also for people. So there's that strong connection. But not all birds do this amazing migration to the north. We've got birds like the flamingos, which stick around all the time in the south. There are different species of flamingos. This is one called the lesser flamingo. I'll talk about the greater flamingo later. And this lesser flamingo, for example, we talk about one population which is in India, another population which is in West Asia and East Africa, and another which is in South Africa. So there are different populations of these birds, but these birds are not migrating usually in large numbers between these populations. So these are more resident or locally migrant species, not undertaking these spectacular migrations like I just mentioned. So what we've done through the research on shorebirds and then other water birds is to divide the world into multiple flyways. And these are just ways to connect the nesting areas of the birds with the non-breeding areas of these birds. And so you've got nesting areas which are across the north, and then the birds fly to the south. And if you look at these different lines, they cover different parts of the world. We can divide the world into three main parts: the Asia Pacific, the Americas, and Africa, Eurasia. We can then subdivide these into other parts. So, for example, the line in green is the Central Asian flyway, which are the birds coming down to India and the Indian subcontinent. But if you look at these lines overlap, which means that even though India belongs to the Central Asian flyway, it is also overlapped with the East Asian flyway on the east and the African flyways on the west. And that means if we are talking about conservation of birds in this flyway, we also need to be talking with people who are interested in conserving birds on the other flyways. And there's an opportunity, therefore, not just for flyway cooperation, but inter-flyway or global cooperation. So if we look a little bit more at the details of why we monitor water birds, the first is that it's being used for site designations, which means protected areas, Ramsar sites, World Heritage sites, and other sites of national or international importance, for development of site management plans, for species management plans. And what do? We record the number and diversity of birds at a wetland or at an area. We do that at different frequencies. We may do that on a daily basis, a seasonal basis, or an annual basis. And depending on how we monitor birds, we get different information. If we only do it once a year, we know on an annual basis what happens. If we do it on a seasonal basis, we can get more patterns of how do the birds come during the monsoon, how do they go away during the summer, etc., etc. So we can choose how to monitor depending on the questions we have. We can look at how do the birds use the area within the wetland. So do they have a different place to nest? Do they have a different place to feed or roost? Roosting is resting. So for example, you can see the ducks are in the water here. This is where they'd feed. But when they're roosting or resting, they can come to the side and rest. Some ducks will also roost in the water just by floating. So different species do different things. These spoonbills here are roosting or resting between the time they are feeding. Here you can see a bird is feeding along the edge. So you can understand how different parts of the wetland are used for different purposes. And therefore that gives you an understanding of how can you protect different areas within and around the wetland if you want to make sure that the wetland is there for the birds to serve their different needs. And if you start monitoring different wetlands in an area, you get a relative understanding of how these wetlands are being used by the birds, because nothing is constant. Every year we will see that different wetlands are either dry or super flooded, which means there are either more birds there or less birds. And you only understand what's happening to the bird population in the area when you're at the same time monitoring these different wetlands. So this becomes a good way to monitor biodiversity at a larger area. We know that we need to manage wetlands, and management requires specific actions, increasing the water level, decreasing the water level, creating a new channel, removing vegetation, allowing vegetation to grow, and understanding the success of this wetland management actions can be judged through the way the birds are using the area. Because if there's if there's just deep water and no food in the water, plants or fish, then you'll get very few water birds. Whereas if you have good underwater vegetation, then there is more life in the water and more birds come to feed on that. And therefore, when you study the numbers of birds, you get an understanding of whether bird numbers are going up and down and whether conservation action for those birds is working. So monitoring of the water birds provides us a very good way to monitor species or biodiversity, but also habitat related issues. And if we go then to the national level, from the site level to the national level, and in between you may have the state level action plans for species, for habitats. For example, this is the national action plan that the government of India prepared between the years 2018 to 2023. This was the first country in the Central Asian Flyway to produce such an action plan, which was very good. It talked about species conservation plans, identifying important sites for birds and doing actions to protect those sites, manage those sites, looking at designating sites as World Heritage Sites, Ramsar sites, and I'll talk a little more to explain what these are, and flyway network sites, locally protected areas, important bird areas, as well as once you designate a site, once you list it on these international conventions, you've got to do something about it. It's not just a paper exercise, you add a site. You need to use that mechanism for collaboration, for conservation, for management. So the various conventions ask for governments to report on progress. So monitoring the waterbirds helps to report report to the government on what's happening, and then the governments to the conventions. And it helps monitor the implementation of action plans at the national level. And at the regional and flyway level, we have the Convention on Migratory Species, which is the UN convention covering all different migratory creatures, from butterflies to whales and birds in between. And as you can see, the logo has a pelican and a dolphin. So many different species of wild animals and insects migrate around the world, and the convention provides a global umbrella for that, for governments to work together to take action. The African Eurasian Waterbird Agreement is a regional agreement for conservation of migratory waterbirds in the African Eurasian region. The East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership is a partnership in that flyway. Similarly, in other flyways, we have different frameworks for conservation. But for India, this Convention on Migratory Species, CMS, is the most important, and I'll talk a little about that later. And if we look at the Central Asian Flyway, a few years ago, we produced a report to identify for the first time where are all the important sites for all the migratory birds. And using a global database that the BirdLife International has and Protected Planet, which is run for protected areas, we overlaid this information to look at where are all these internationally important sites for migratory birds, not just water birds, but all species of birds. We covered over 800 species of birds. And you can see that there's a wide network of sites across from the Arctic right down to Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and even the Chagos Island in the British Indian Ocean territories. So the Central Asian Flyway was described as a grouping of 30 countries. And here the red, yellow, green indicates whether these important sites are designated as protected areas. And sometimes you can have partially protected areas, sometimes completely protected areas, but you can see lots of reds, which indicates that many of these important bird areas are not protected yet, or at least the database says that. So if we move on to a little more about the monitoring of the water birds, and something that as Wetlands International, the organization I work with, has been involved with for many decades, the census started, the first time it was done was in 1967 by one of the organizers, being IWRB, which was one of the three organizations that became Wetlands International in 1996. So this is very long history that hunters in Europe were very concerned by the numbers of water birds going down. They could not hunt them. For them, hunting was part of their life and food. And so in order to understand what was going on, they could not look at it just in their local wetland. They agreed that they need to monitor right across the region. And at that time, the Soviet Union was was a big barrier to international understanding, cooperation. So nobody knew what was happening behind the Iron Curtain. And so people wanted to understand what was going on. They started counting birds. Every year, the numbers of places they counted them increased. And Soon it became a global movement when we started also in Asia in 1987 to count water birds. And through standardized ways of collecting information, this has provided us a good information base over the long term. In fact, it is the longest running global initiative for biodiversity monitoring, which is looking at so many species in so many habitats involving tens of thousands of people. So just to give you the current statistics, what's going on is we have 189 countries and territories that are involved in the census. We've had over 67,000 wetland sites surveyed, more than 2 billion water birds counted, and more than 570 populations of bird for which there is reliable enough information to look at the trends of the bird numbers over time. Where are these wetlands and what is the wetlands that we talk about? Well, to help us all, the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, which is the global convention on wetlands, it's the oldest environmental convention of its type. It was it's recently celebrated its 50 years. It has come up with a standard definition, and it talks about wetlands from the mountains down to the sea. So glaciers, which are solid ice that melts, and unfortunately that's happening very quickly now with climate change. The glaciers are a source of water and therefore a source of the wetlands. And from the mountains down, you can see rice or irrigation schemes, you can see a man-made reservoir, you can see sewage farms, mangroves, coral reefs, salt pans, mud flats, oxbow lakes, natural lakes. So basically you can see that any kind of area of water, permanent or temporary, up in the mountains or down in the coast, is considered a wetland. And the definition ends at 6 meters at low tide in the open water. So that is the wide definition of wetlands under the Convention on under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. So all these different wetlands are covered as part of the International Waterbird Census. By the way, this bird is the shoebill, which is a very unusual waterbird that lives in a small part of Africa, very threatened species, a very iconic species, and also a bit of a dinosaur because it has remained unchanged for many, many thousands of years. So the kinds of sites that are being monitored during the waterbird census include national parks, sanctuaries, community conservation areas, Ramsar sites, World Heritage sites, flyway network sites, agricultural areas, because many times the birds go out and feed in the agricultural areas. These can be geese, these can be cattle egrets, these can be different species of waterbirds. To identify internationally important sites, BirdLife International globally has identified more than 17,000 sites of importance based on agreed international criteria. So these sites are also being monitored. Besides that, these are areas that either have been designated under one or more criteria, but it's important to recognize that there are many other areas which are either privately owned or publicly owned or unprotected, or as we know, sewage farms or ash ponds of power stations can also be good places for water birds, and these are also being monitored, as are coastal salt pans where salt water is allowed to evaporate, and as the salt water is evaporating, the water gets very concentrated and very rich in food of a few species, and that attracts a lot of birds, including flamingos and ducks and geese and shorebirds. So if we talk about the Asian waterbird census, which I mentioned started in 1987, it started in South and Southeast Asia, building on what was already going on in the African Eurasian region. And over the next few years, excuse me, I need to charge my, sorry, my laptop was unplugged. Sorry. over the next few years after 87, different parts of the world join the census so that um, if we look at it today in 2025, most of the world is involved or data is coming in through different ways. And these 5 regional programs together monitor the waterbirds of the world. Wetlands International provides the global umbrella for it, but in some regions of the world, such as in the neotropics, it's a partner of Wetlands International or it's another organization. So we try and find the best way to make this work. This year we have celebrated the 40th anniversary of the um, Asian waterbird census since 87 and the 60th anniversary of the Global International Waterbird Census. So this is a double celebration this year. And it's only been possible to do that by working with a wide network of organizations. You can see the logos of governments, local NGOs, national NGOs, research institutions, state government agencies who in different countries and provinces of the world are providing that voluntary coordination of this amazing program. They coordinate at the local level. They work with their volunteers who are research staff or government or just committed bird watchers. And so basically we're looking at a multiple layered network of people. Most important to me are people like you, students, bird watchers, anyone who's interested, who goes out in January and counts the water birds. Different water birds at different wetlands, fills in the information and submits that information because this is the core of the census. Good quality information collected in a standardized way. That information then is submitted to a state coordinator in some countries or a national coordinator, and they put together the report, look at what's happening, they check that the data is correct, and then they submit it to the national level. And in Tamil Nadu, we are very fortunate that Mr. Sudhakar and Mr. Kumaran have been responsible for coordinating the census with a wide network of people across the state to go out and count waterbirds every year and submit this information. So Tamil Nadu has been involved in the counts since 1987. And I think Dr. Ranjit Daniels is with you today, and he has been one of the strong supporters and participants of this network. At the national level, 2 NGOs, Wetlands International and the Bombay Natural History Society, are involved in the coordination with all these state coordinators. So we've got state coordinators in more than 23 states, and they are then working with their local network to undertake those counts. And then that information is collected at the national level, it's being used for national reports, and then it's sent up to the flyway level. So I sit at the flyway level and the global level, helping to bring all this data together, analyzing it, and then making it available for conservation action. So if we look at the cycle, what we have is people going out and collecting this information in a standard way, an analysis of that data, checking of that data, interpreting that data, making that data then available for conservation action, awareness raising, making it available for policy action at the national level, at the flyway level, at the global level. You can see the logo here of the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, which is a global list of all the threatened birds, animals, insects of the world, and plants. And what we are learning is that this monitoring information is helping us to understand what's happening to the water birds. Unfortunately, at a global level, waterbird numbers continue to go down for most species. There are a few exceptions where conservation action, good monitoring, management of sites has shown some populations to improve. So there is hope. What it shows us is that if you take management action, adapted management action, which means you have a management plan, you undertake actions, and then you see, is it working? If not, you change it, you adapt it to ensure that it's fit for purpose. So this is the sort of cycle that we are involved with at different levels. And how do you see that information? Well, we make all this information available on our website. And here you can see the Asian waterbird census since 1987 of the thousands of sites across Asia down to New Zealand, including even Palau, that is contributing to the census. So multiple sites in multiple countries involved in this work, undertaken by the public, by bird watchers, by researchers, by forest department, and others who are interested. And if we look at the sites for India, I'm drawing your attention here to Bangladesh, which has identified which are the counting areas that they're counting in. And you can see that these sites are both coastal sites, inland sites, and even high altitude sites where there are water birds in December, January, when some of the areas can be frozen, some of them are not. And as we are learning with climate change and global warming, many of these northern sites are remaining unfrozen through the northern winter, which means water birds are moving their distribution across to adapt to climate change the best that they can. It doesn't always work, which is why bird populations are going down, but they are trying to adapt as well. So, for example, if you go onto this website, you can point to any site that is on the map, and if you click on it, it tells you what is the name of the site, when was it first counted, back in 1987, when is the last year for which there was data received for that site, and that can change because sometimes it takes a year or two for that information to reach us at the global level, because there are inevitable delays. But we are trying to encourage more rapid submission of information, checking out that information and uploading that information so that it's available to the world to use. But collecting that information in a standard way is extremely important. So we produced a manual, a guide on how to do this, how to define the site, when to go out and do the count, what should you use as a basic methodology to ensure that you're collecting information in a standard way, avoiding double counts, recording all the species, looking at the pressures to the wetlands, what are the disturbances, what are the current threats, is there pollution, is there somebody building a bridge through the wetland which blocks the flow of water, things like that, and then using that information for conservation action. Excuse me, different countries have different ways of recording that information, and we are again trying to help streamline that so that it can be collected in ways that are more effective, less mistakes, less effort for everybody involved, and quick sharing of the results. And if you look a little more into detail, you can see that there are a number of things which need to be considered. Where do you count? What equipment do you use? Binoculars are good. At least, ideally, you should have a telescope on a tripod. If you're looking in a large open area like the Adyar estuary or the coast, then you're looking at birds which are far away. So it's important to have something which magnifies it very well. If you just go to the wetland and you look in the distance, you will see lots of spots with your eyes, but you don't know which species, you can't see how clearly how many there are. That's why you need good quality equipment. And as it mentions here, there are different types of ways you can go out and count sites. And you can be walking, which is most often what people do. Sometimes boats can be used, aerial surveys can be used. Increasingly, drones are being tested as ways to be used for surveying birds and counting water birds. And then a whole lot of other details on how to collect that information. I won't go into that. I'm just showing it to you here so that you can see that it takes some learning to be able to be involved in this. And with anything, as you know, it's practice, practice, practice that makes you perfect. And it's good to go out and start learning with other people who have the experience, who have the knowledge. How do you identify different species? How do you identify males from females? How do I identify adults from young birds? Why do we want to know that? Well, if you are seeing young birds every year, you know that the birds have nested well. If for a few years you're not seeing any young, then it's a worrying sign that maybe there's some problem where the birds are nesting. Maybe there's not enough food, or their nesting sites have been damaged or destroyed. So it's helpful to look at these different things when you're monitoring. And at the bottom of the list here is tag birds. People are using flags, which are plastic markers on the legs of the birds or around the necks of the birds, which help you to identify the individual or the location where the birds were marked. And recording that helps you to track where those birds have come from. So these are parts of what you think of when you are looking at monitoring. And here is an example of a wetland in Gujarat state, which is a Ramsar site, which, because it's a sizable wetland, it has been divided into sensible zones, and each zone is counted separately, and then you get the total number. Different groups of people are sent to the different zones at the same time. So by counting at the same time at different places, only your section of the wetland, the chances that you are getting wrong information or duplicating the information is reduced. So that's the basis of coordination. The idea is that everybody is going out at the same time across the wetlands of the state, of the country, of the flyway, so that we are not making any mistakes, or not, we are trying to reduce the mistakes of birds moving between one place and another, either between one part of the wetland to another part, or between one wetland and another, or one country or another. And birds can move. If there is strong winds or a storm, then you can have movements of birds. If you have droughts or if you have a sudden freeze, the birds can move. So different reasons birds can be moving around in a local or other context. If you're counting water birds on the coast, like you would in Chennai, then you need to think about whether you're counting the birds at the low tide. As you know that the tide goes up and down every day, and the time of the high tide and low tide vary every day by about an hour usually, or 45 minutes depending on the place it is. So you have to time when you go to count the birds. If you count them at low tide, they are often spread out. Whereas if you go at high tide, when the water covers the mud flats where these birds are feeding, then the birds are resting together, which means they are together and you can count them. But if there are too many, it can also be difficult. So you need to learn how to do that. So there's training in everything. And when we talk about the coast is not a constant. Here, if you look at this coastline, you can see the depth of water varies quite a lot across these different areas. The colors are usually indicating in this map the extent of time that the wetland, the coastal area, is exposed at low tide. So you can see that if you want to count birds here, the green area is quite wide, whereas here the green area is more narrow. And so the time that you have the birds feeding there or roosting there will change. So you need to look at tide maps, you look at the tide table, you need to look at the coastal map and choose where you want to go. Go and check it first and then go and do your count. So there's a lot of thinking and planning for monitoring in a standardized way. And then you've got to think about, how do you count the birds? Many times the birds are flying and they're flying fast. You need to think about, can you divide them into blocks and count one block and then multiply the blocks across the flock? But are the birds always equal number across the flock? Maybe not. So how do you plan your count? That's training you'll need to do before you can practice in the field. The easiest, of course, is to have a small number of birds, very large birds, just standing at the edge of the water. And you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 20 or 30, as many they are. Or you can divide them into blocks and say 4, 8, 12, 16, or 5, 10, 15. Depends on how you want to count them. But as you would know, every day, every time you go to any place, even with you students in the class, you can be a large number of students sitting very orderly in different rows, or you can all be bunched up together, and trying to count you all will be a challenge depending on how you are all standing or sitting together or apart. Similarly with the birds. So again, practice is needed. And once you have the practice, you collect the information, you need to submit that information. And as I mentioned, there were different ways of doing that. We have a standard traditional way, which is the Excel form, which you fill in the information about the waterbird numbers, the site information, and that's one way of doing it. You can then send it by email, and the coordinator will collate that information. The newer method which is being tested is with eBird, which I'll talk about very briefly, and a word form. That was the traditional word form. Having said that, just today I received a word form from the Philippines. Somebody has sent their information scribbled, and it's very difficult to read. So I've got to go back to them and say, thank you very much for your count, but I can't read what you've written. So can you please send it in a typed form? So again, we are in different places. We are transitioning from the old word form that people filled out to a more electronic form. And the Excel form, which started in 2019, is here for you to look at. And it has a number of different sheets with explanation of how to use it and enter the information, information about the site, information about the visit, the numbers of birds, strange observations, unique observations, and that's all you need to fill in. So it's all available in a very standardized form. But many people have started using eBird, which is an app that allows you to enter information about the water birds. And this year we've set up a special eBird program. Wetlands International is working in India with Bird Count India, which is a group of like-minded organizations focused on monitoring and counting different groups of birds, both water birds and non-water birds. And this is the page on the Bird Count India website. And what you do is you can use an app and enter the information. There's guidance on how to enter the information on the water birds. And finally, I wanted to share here the results at the end of the formal period of the census, which is the first 2 weeks of January. So on 18th of January, we had 1.3 million water birds reported at over 1,000 wetlands across the country. You can see the number of states involved, number of districts, and number of species. So very impressive way of reporting, and large numbers of birds counted. And then the next day, I get a report from Chilika on the east coast of India in Odisha, where another 11 lakh birds were counted. So yes, we've got one way of counting and reporting, but we have multiple ways. And then we need to, at the national level, bring that data together to check it and then to produce national reports. We also produce it all at the international level on our website. So this is the example of what it looks like. It's a very interactive website. You can check for the flyway, for a country, for a species, and you can check it for the month of January, which is the standard. But we allow for information into the database for December, January, and February. So you can see here from the 2020 census would have been December 19 to February 20. And for each species, you can see for each country or area, what is the totals that were submitted. And this is easily accessible to you all. The URL is given here, so you can have a look at that information. I've just zoomed into it here so you can see it a little more closely, the numbers of birds that have been reported for the database. What you will see is for India, we have not received data for the last 3 years because there's been a lot of checking of this data, and that has taken, unfortunately, a lot more time than we had hoped. And the data has been received from some coordinators, not by others. And so there's a bit of a lag in presenting that information at the global level. But the census continues every year and we produce various kinds of reports. This was a report for the period 2008 to 2015, which clearly shows you that there are so many internationally important sites which have more than 20,000 water birds across India, including in the east coast of India, Tamil Nadu, standing out as well. A number of national reports are produced. This is a 10-year report for the Asian waterbird census in India, and through that and the national report in 2023, we saw that more than 1,400 volunteers were involved in counting more than 1,400 wetlands. Here it shows that 1 in 4 populations or species are declining, 1 in 5 species are threatened, 65 sites support more than 20,000 water birds, therefore are internationally important. And another way of looking at it is 1% of the population of that species, I'll come back to that, shows us more than 272 sites are internationally important. So at least 270 wetlands are internationally important for water birds from 1 year's count. So this is the kind of information that can be used by you at the local level, state level, national level for conservation action. Besides the water birds, we've been also looking at what happens to the wetlands, as I mentioned, because the monitoring is not just water birds, but it's also the wetlands that the water birds depend on. And from this word cloud, you can very clearly see what is being reported are problems with domestic sewage, with tourism, with encroachment, with agriculture, solid waste, dam construction, all the expected problems with wetlands. And this helps to prioritize actions at the local level to deal with this. Jumping from local to global, I mentioned before the conventions that we have, the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, the Convention on Migratory Species. In addition, there is the Convention on Biological Diversity, which looks at all biodiversity, not just birds and wetlands. It looks at forests, from microbes to whales. And the Council for Arctic Flora and Fauna. This is an interesting connection of all the governments up in the Arctic who are interested in what's happening with them. But as we've seen, they are the home for many of the migratory birds. So we are working across all flyways around the world because the Arctic is the source for so many birds. And as it says here, monitoring of the water birds are providing us an early warning of what's happening to the wetlands and the water birds, including the quality of the habitats. And we've got here the fact that making the information available at the local level, national level, needs to translate into global level for people to understand what's going on. So one of the things that we are doing has been to produce what was called waterfowl population estimates when it was first produced in 1994, but 5 editions later, it's been called the waterbird population estimates. That was produced in 2012. We've then gone digital, and I'll show you how we've got an interactive website for that information open to all of you. But I just want to end this slide by saying that by collecting information over the long time, what we've learned is that birds, as I mentioned, are moving in response to climate change. And data here over multiple years has shown us that water birds, whether it's the tufted duck, which is common in India, or the goldeneye, which is quite a rare species, all these birds that were being monitored showed that over time the populations or centers of population were moving northeast in the northern winter. So no longer are many of these species coming down in the same numbers they used to come into southern Europe, but the numbers are going up further north because these wetlands aren't freezing like they did in the past. So it's a clear demonstration of changing climate. So just quickly looking at this portal, where you can collect, where you can access information on the waterbird populations. This is what it looks like. It has buttons, and you can see here directly access the Central Asian flyway. And if you click on it for a species like the the greater flamingo, the other flamingo species, you can see that the population that comes to India or is covering India is also across Kazakhstan, West Asia, and Northeast Africa. And we know through tracking studies that the birds move in these area. This is what the bird looks like. I'm sure all of you have seen the greater flamingo. And what this information portal shows us, besides the distribution of the birds, is the actual numbers. And here you can see, if you click on the species, you get the population. It tells you the breeding range is from Iran to India, and the non-breeding range is from Iran to India as well. So it stays within this area, it migrates within this. And the population size is estimated to be between 240,000 to 430,000, and that's based on census-based information, so that is good quality information. And if we look at the population trend for that rough time period, we can see that it is decreasing and the trend quality is good. So for a species like flamingo, in some parts of the world, there is good quality information being collected. And besides that, the last thing that this information portal provides is what's called the 1% of the population, which is a 1% of this population size, which is 3,200, which means that if you regularly have a bird, if you have a wetland where more than 1% of a population is found over time, it qualifies as internationally important. And that comes back to where it's being used at the global level, at the flyway level, at the national level, down to site level for the nomination, designation, prioritization of these wetlands. So this is really critical information for better management of wetlands and waterbirds. I've talked a lot about the Ramsar Convention. India at the moment has 99 Ramsar sites, which it has added to this global list of more than 2,700 wetlands around the world. But India has the largest number in Asia at the moment of designated Ramsar sites. Designating them is important, but more important than that is to manage them properly. And we are seeing that there are different criteria to identify wetlands of international importance. Two of these criteria, criteria 5 and 6, are based on the numbers of waterbirds, either 20,000 waterbirds or 1% of the population of a species or population. And other criteria for their importance of the wetlands for fish or for other non-bird vertebrate taxa, geographically significant, botanically significant, threatened species, supported, etc. So these are the various criteria under which, and these are the numbers of sites that have been identified in India based on these criteria. And we know that both inland wetlands, coastal wetlands, as well as human-made wetlands have been designated under the Ramsar Convention in India. You can see here in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, South India has a number of sites in recent years as well. But these wetlands, as we know, are not without threats. And these are the various threats that have been identified by the government that action is needed to conserve these sites better. So you can go onto this website and look at the details of all these sites by clicking on any of these orange points. And if you clicked on one point in South India, in Tamil Nadu, which was recently designated, this was the Gulf of Mannar Marine Biosphere Reserve. And you can see the boundaries of the sites. It's not all the coast. It is specific areas that have been designated because of their importance for seagrass, for the coral, for the dugong that is found there, for the fish that are found there. So this is an example of a marine national park which is designated under the Ramsar Convention. As I mentioned earlier, the 2026 census is a very special one because we celebrate 60th year of the International Waterbird Census, and to make people more aware of what's happened in the last 60 years and where the opportunities are, we have produced a brochure which can be downloaded in multiple languages, and you can see that. I will share this presentation afterwards with Dr. Vanita, and I'm sure she can make that available to all of you. We are getting the reports from the census, from the region, from the countries, in the various newspapers, on TV, and we're getting some very good updates on what's going on. For the first time this year, we've had counts being done in Afghanistan. Despite the problems in Afghanistan, there are local people who are very keen to study what's going on to protect their wetlands, and we expect to get some very interesting information from Afghanistan for the first time in the Central Asian Flyway, where we've had newspaper reports way back in January 7th when the census first started. We got some good information on what's going on in Delhi. Good numbers, bad numbers, problems of sand mining, of removal of the plants, of pollution, of sewage, of foam. So making people aware of what's going on in our local wetlands helps to raise awareness and take action if we want. Because this year is the special census year, we've created an opportunity for people to share their experiences. What did they do? What attracted them to wetlands and waterbirds? And here is somebody who's posted information from Indonesia, and you can see he says he's taken part in the census since the 1990s. I shared a post because I've been involved in the census since the census started in 1987 as well. I was doing my PhD research on waterbirds, and I've been taking part in the census in different ways, either physically or coordinating it since the last 40 years. So actually, the census has really been something that has shaped my own life and understanding about how do we work with people, how do we monitor wetlands, how do we use that information. And this is a picture that was taken a few months ago in Big One, a wetland here, with my students, my master's students. We were going out and learning how to monitor waterbirds and wetlands, and now many of them are out in the field this week counting the waterbirds. To get more information on how to join, there is a website, and all the coordinators' names and addresses can be accessed through this webpage. You can use this QR code to join the census or learn more about it. So I encourage you all to get this information, to be part of this important initiative, because unless we have long-term monitoring, we cannot conserve our wetlands, we cannot conserve our biodiversity, and simple participation by anyone, including students like yourself, now and into the future, is critical for keeping this global movement going. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful talk on biodiversity conservation through waterbird monitoring in India and the Central Asian Flyway. It was fascinating to learn about the importance of monitoring wetland birds, identifying and protecting key national and international wetlands, and how initiatives like the International and Asian Waterbird Census help reveal the impacts of climate change. And now invite Dr. Vanika Williams, the convener, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tej Mudkar, for sparing your time to be with us and to share your valuable insights on biodiversity conservation promoted through waterbird and wetland monitoring in India and the Central Asian Flyway. So in a very significant year as this, as IWC celebrates 60 years, it is very meaningful to have this international symposium on wetlands, its ecological significance, threats, and conservation strategies. Thank you very much, sir, for taking us very beautifully and in a very systematic and stepwise manner about as to why actually we are monitoring these water birds and mainly to record the diversity and its abundance and also to assess the changes in abundance and its numbers and how actually the various action plans can be developed on species conservation. The various regional flyways, you also mentioned about how it is not only for the birds, but also for small organisms such as the butterflies to the magnificent whales. It is also interesting to note how these international waterbird census has been carried out in over 189 countries, and also the involvement of the coordinators at the different levels, and how the planning can be done in order to carry out the count, the various methods, and how the data can be submitted and how it can be used in order to conserve these birds. Truly, the various threats that are there to the wetlands is alarming. Thank you so very much, sir, for your enlightening presentation and for your time with us. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I warmly
It is a pleasure and privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Ms. Anjana Venkatesan, who will be delivering a lecture titled Ecosystem Services and Wetland Conservation. Ms. Anjana Venkatesan is a senior researcher at Care Earth Trust, where she is actively engaged in planning and managing wetland restoration projects. Her work focuses on understanding wetlands not only as ecological systems, but also as socio-cultural landscapes that will provide wide ecosystem services such as water regulation, climate resilience, and livelihood support. She has authored several important reports, including studies on non-timber forest product dynamics in Tamil Nadu, the cultural significance of wetlands, and a strategy and planning action for climate change and water waste for Chennai, all of which highlight the critical role of wetlands in sustaining both nature and human well-being. Ms. Anjana's writing have reached a wider audience through reputed platforms such as Mongabay India, the Wire Science, and the Acadia, reflecting her ability to communicate complex environmental issues to both academic and public audiences. Her research interests span climate change risks and resilience, political ecology, and integrated approaches to wetland conservation. With an academic background in international security from Sciences, Paris School of International Affairs, specializing in global risks and South Asia, and professional experience in risk consulting, she brings in a unique interdisciplinary perspective that bridges ecology, policy, and risk management. We are delighted to have Ms. Anjana Venkatesan with us today. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present a memento to Ms. Anjana. To present the memento, I request Ms. Siana, the first year student of the Department of Advanced Zoology and Biotechnology, who has drawn this beautiful spot-built duck. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I hand over the session to Ms. Anjana Venkatesan. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Some more energy, please. I didn't mean to cry, I just wanted energy. Okay. So my name is Anjana. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I have to preface that I'm not from an academic background on wetlands, so I'm bringing more of the perspective from a non-profit that's working on wetland conservation. So I represent here today Care of Trust. And for those of you who are not familiar, we are a biodiversity and conservation organization here in Chennai. And this year we have completed 25 years. So it's a momentous period. Similar to what Sir was saying about so many anniversaries being celebrated this year apparently. And these are broadly our research areas, our program areas, a lot of ecological research, policy work, protected areas, livelihoods, education and urban ecology. But wetland restoration is one of our flagship program areas of work. And I think you'll recognize one of the persons in this photograph is Dr. Daniel, who was one of our co-founders and trustees. And in 2009, we were awarded the Indira Gandhi Paryavaran Puraskar for our work on Palikarne Marsh and Narmangalam, as also the Black Buck Recovery Program at IIT Madras. Just a bit of introduction about my organization before I get started. So coming to wetlands specifically, we work at multiple levels when it comes to wetland conservation, which I think is very important. So at the top level, there's a lot of research and policy intervention and management advisory, which like Professor mentioned, and the Asian waterbird census is one of the critical aspects of wetland management. So for example, the bird sanctuaries of Tamil Nadu, all the bird sanctuaries, the first management plan for all of them was prepared by Kerala Trust. But in recent years, since I think 2017 or so, with the help of CSR support, we have also been undertaking a lot of on-ground restoration of wetland sites across Tamil Nadu. And finally, we have a very active education training and capacity building program. And somehow most of our work has been focused towards wetland related education. And I think our engagement with WCC itself is part of this program of ours, where we actively reach out to not just government schools, but also colleges, a lot of programs for the government itself, forest department and so on wetland education. So the background photo that you see here is actually one of the sites that I worked on. It's called Vendankulam in Tirunelveli. Anyone from Tirunelveli here? One person familiar with Vendankulam? Yeah, it's right in the heart of the city near the new bus stand. And we can go into it more in detail because I'm going to be sharing the conservation stories, wetland conservation stories from all of these sites that I have worked in. So just a brief about wetland ecosystem services, and I'm not going to dwell a lot on the valuation aspect of it. I'm more looking at how this informs conservation or restoration for a non-profit working on the ground. So as you're familiar, wetland ecosystem services from the Millennium Assessment framework has been divided into these: the provisioning, regulating, cultural and supporting. Everyone familiar with this, or should I give? Who's familiar with this framework? Okay, so to put it very simply, provisioning is what the resources that you get in terms of feed or food or fodder and fuel and so on. Regulating services is what you call in terms of things like flood mitigation, groundwater recharge, and your hydrological support. Cultural, I'll get into it in more detail because of a publication that we worked on for GIZ. And supporting is roles such as nutrient cycling and soil sediment and so on. So the difficult part that we face in conveying about wetland ecosystem services when we are doing advocacy programs and all that is conveying the regulating aspect of it, right?
So every year when we conduct walks, when we talk about Palikarnai, one of the toughest jobs that we have is to convey its role in the larger hydrological and ecological cycle of Chennai. Because I feel that to a certain extent, conveying provisioning is slightly easier than conveying regulating services. So these are the four broad categories. Based on my experience, I think in the previous session also he mentioned sewage and solid waste to be one of the major drivers. What we've observed is when there are direct livelihood benefits to be gained from a site, that appears to occupy the highest value among people in conserving a wetland. So in the background, the site that you see is Unamancheri in Chengalpet. Anyone familiar with Vandalur? Okay, this is near Vandalur. The water from this site is used directly for irrigation of the rice cultivated areas. As a result, it's maintained perfectly clean. There is no sewage inflow. There is no solid waste dumping. Because I think people see a direct gain or a direct connect to the livelihood and the cultivation that's being undertaken. And you can also see some natural vegetation growing on the sides, which is kept undisturbed. However, the corollary is unfortunately true, is areas where there is no direct livelihood connect, we often have to fight the battle of direct sewage inflow and direct solid waste dumping into the sites. So I'll just quickly share one of the examples of ecosystem services that we observed in a very small wetland called Madambakam Sitteri. Anyone familiar with the Madambakam area? Yes, so you know the Periyeri, which is, yeah, there's a temple nearby. So the wetland adjacent to that is the Sitteri, and the survey was actually done by my juniors when we were working on restoration. So the first thing that we noticed is when they would go and ask people about information about the Sitteri, everyone started saying, oh, you mean the Tangal. In the Tangal Patti Kekrengla and the Sitteri, which we found very significant. And I don't know if you're familiar with the significance of the terminology. But then later we realized that this was supposed to be a shallow water body actually. So this was originally a tangal. And construction nearby had kind of deepened parts of it, and then Sitteri had come in as a later kind of nomenclature. So when we talked to old time residents about the place and they kept saying Tangal, that's when we realized that due to encroachment, its hydrological character itself had been changed. But this is a very small wetland in peri-urban Chennai, right? But I'll just share with you how fascinating it was for us to study so that, like Professor mentioned, these are projects waiting for you to take up as students and execute, because this is one wetland which my juniors studied for 6 months or something, because that's how fascinated they were by it. So in one corner of Madambakam Sitteri, they found large like sloping rocks. And they were curious, why are these sloping rocks here in the first place? Any guesses why they were there? What would come to your mind if you went to a area and you saw sloping? Falls, like this tall, like streams. Water height, okay. In terms of ecosystem service, like a benefit to human if you have to think. Washing clothes. So then they found out that once upon a time this had been a famous area for dhobis to assemble and wash clothes. And then they started interviewing residents in the area. And they couldn't find anyone who was currently practicing. Of course, the practice had gone out of this thing long time ago. So, and like I said in the previous slide, what had happened is, as long as it was being used as a dhobi, this thing, the water was perfectly clean. Now, one of the pressures of Madambakam is sewage runoff from surrounding areas. So they went around surveying all the residents nearby and they wanted to get someone who had been practicing there to
exactly figure out what happened, and they couldn't find anyone. Finally, they found one woman whose father-in-law used to be a dhobi here, and they were able to collect a lot of information and mostly anecdotal stories, right, about how he used to cycle to MCC in Tambaram, collect clothes, come wash it here, and she was also ironing. And as they kept going around the neighborhood surveying, they found not just this, but multiple such usages of the wetland. They found that a lot of people were foraging for medicinal plants at the periphery. They found a lot of people were collecting leaves that they were then supplying to garlands. And many such stories on one peripheral small wetland in Chennai, which had we not investigated out of our own curiosity, right? This wasn't part of any project mandate. No one was asking us to do it. Had they not discovered that, the story wouldn't have developed. But still, there are questions that remain unanswered for us from this perspective. Is why did the practice stop in the first place? Where have these families migrated to? So what we gained is that none of the families, so 5 families were apparently working as dhobis in the Madambakam area. None of them are here anymore living. So where have they migrated to? Why did this practice stop? What changed? Was it due to the wetland characteristic changing, or was it any economic reason that led to this? We still don't have the answers to that because we haven't managed to locate anyone with the historical data on this. But this I wanted to share because this is one such fascinating story about how one small wetland, this was quite a small site by any comparison, was providing not one provisioning service, but apparently like a dozen effortlessly. And in documenting this, we realized the value of what Chennai's like wetland landscape has to offer. But this brings me to another important question is, what about urban Chennai or any urban center across India, for example? Do we have a connect with the wetlands that's right next to us? What do you think? Do we know where we get our water from? Do we get it from desalination plant, or do we get it from some other secondary treatment plant? Do we know where our water is going to? So what I have found in working in large parts of urban Chennai, but also projects that we have taken up elsewhere, is there is a huge disconnect with the wetlands that's right next to our town. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately as well, I don't know, the primary service that's expected of a wetland is becoming recreational, right? So wherever we go, the first question we get asked is, what is the use of this site? Can we convert it into a walker's path, a jogger's path, some kind of butterfly path, some such thing, right? But like this is, I will be open to like thoughts on this as well, but does this run the risk of crowding out other ecosystem services? So for example, when we did a project in Gurgaon, we were consulting for a wetland restoration there. What we found is that the inlet and the outlet of the wetland had been completely built over. So it wasn't getting any water. The only source of water was either if it rained or treated sewage from the nearby apartment complex. As a result, the apartment complex wanted to build an amphitheater and a yoga park and a walkers park around the wetland because that's how they saw the productive use of this site that was next to them. What they were inadvertently or otherwise doing is, there were a lot of locals who were collecting saccharum grass from the wetland periphery. That was being stopped completely. So they didn't want the local people coming in to collect grass anymore. So this was one example. Similarly, I showed the example of Vendakulam in Tirunelveli. When we initially conducted stakeholder meetings with the local people, everyone wanted voting. So this has become a new kind of trend and demand wherever we go. Everyone keeps asking for voting. And initially it seems like a very like a harmless request, right? But then in Tirunelveli, I realized why we were actually pushing for boating is because the assumption is when you invest money to set up boating infrastructure, you have to keep the water flow going 365 days a year. So that was an indirect way of ensuring that somehow artificially water can be maintained for 365 days. And so Venakulam was my first project with Kerala, and since then, every site that we have been to, people have repeatedly come up with the same set of questions. Can we have boating? Can we have a walker's path, a jogging path? Can we have the entire wetland fenced off so that no one enters? Amphitheaters, yoga, all these kinds of things, right? So this is something that I would invite you to share during the Q&A as well, is on one side, one could argue that this is also ultimately part of an ecosystem service. And through this, if the wetland is being conserved, is that great? Or are we kind of shooting ourselves in the foot by going towards like an aesthetic beautification, recreational value for all these sites, where you're ultimately, crowding out people who are originally using it for food and sustenance or fodder and things like that. So this brings me to one of the core parts of the work that we do is nature education. This is a site in Ramanathapuram where where we did a walk for the local government school. Is a large part of our nature education, like I said, is surrounding wetlands, and it's focused on delivering this message in a roundabout way that the importance of wetlands goes beyond your like recreational needs. And this is from our recently concluded Margary walks, which in the month of Margary, I think in a very, very small scale compared to what was outlined earlier in the Asian waterbird census and all that. But 7 years ago, we started doing these walks in Chennai, primarily in Padikarnai, but then now we've expanded to other locations like Nanmangalam as well. And for 7 years, it's been free of cost. And this is one of the core messages that we try to get across. So last year at one of the walks, one of the participants asked, what's the point of all this? Like, we are here talking about birds and everything, right? Behind us, there's a huge dump yard. You're not addressing that. What's the point of learning about birds? I think that runs very confrontational to the previous session. But that's the idea, is that we can't address all the issues in one walk, but then our idea is to bring people outdoors, celebrate the migratory season in Chennai, introduce them to bird watching. And through that, we also try to drive home this message about Padikarnai as a habitat, its importance as a wetland, as a natural marsh, and its regulating services in the context of Chennai. The role that it plays in flood mitigation and in groundwater recharge. And every time Chennai floods, there is invariably a proposal to dredge Panikarnai Marsh. And every time that happens, we write against it and the need to keep its hydrology and ecology intact. So this is one of the ways that we try to do that, is through our outreach program and our walks and nature education. And over the past few years, the nature of the walks has also, we've challenged ourselves to do new things. Since last year, we've been doing all women walks. And this year we did 3 such walks, where walks are completely led by women and women participants only. And that has been also kind of a game changer for us. So the next part, I'll just briefly touch upon the cultural significance of wetlands. I think Professor T.V. Ramachandran in his speech, in his lecture, he referred to the faith and spirituality aspects of wetland conservation. So in 2022, we were hired by GIZ and their wetlands program under the International Climate Initiative to develop a compendium on the cultural significance of Indian wetlands. So this was a very interesting project to work on, because initially GIZ's project focused on only 5 sites. So Point Canimere and Vitarkanika and Loktak in Manipur, and I think Renuka Lake. So there were only a few sites, and they said if you can just do secondary literature and talk to people about only these sites and document their cultural values alone, that will be like enough. But then as we started doing the project, we realized that that's impossible to just stick to 5, and we were getting so many stories and we really wanted to incorporate everything. And last month I met one of the persons who coordinated this project, and she shared that since its publication, a lot of people have approached her from other states and said, why wasn't our state included? So people from Punjab and all have asked her, why wasn't our cultural values? So that to document that would be like a mammoth exercise. I think even if we were to take Tamil Nadu alone and do it, that would be like a years long project. But this was like a brief overview, and we tell people that hopefully again it inspires people to start documenting the cultural value and significance of their own sites. So the 5 themes that you see on this site were how we organized the compendium, because it also gave us something to kind of root the stories into. And the first thing we did, which you see at the top, is we wrote to GIZ's wetlands group and we asked them to send in names for wetlands in their state. So in Tamil, I'm sure everyone's familiar, we have Eri, Kuttai, Kulam, Tangal, all these various names. So we wrote to a lot of people and we asked them, how do you typically call? We gave them the English equivalent. We said lakes and swamps and ponds and marsh, all these. What would you refer to them in your mother tongue? And a lot of people shared their responses. This was eventually made into a map by GIZ, which you can find online. It's a wonderful map. And then we collected stories from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Odisha, Himachal, West Bengal, and Manipur, and lots more. So the GIZ team also pitched in with their stories from the sites where they worked. And we did a lot of interviews. And around that time, there was a GIZ workshop where they were bringing together people from many states. That was a great opportunity for us to just catch people live and record their stories. And I had the chance to speak to like Chilika Development Authority, and who shared a lot of wonderful stories from the Chilika Lake itself. So there was interviews, there was a lot of secondary literature. I even managed to plug in some ghost stories from a book I was reading about spirits and ghosts associated with wetlands. So overall, it was a very fun project to work on. And what we realized is the 5 themes that I showed at the site, we realized that you can't really separate them into these 5 distinct categories, that they are going to start overlapping in various forms at various points. But despite that, we tried to place stories in sections where they were most suitable in our opinion. So one of my favorite is of course from Sundarbans. I don't know how many have heard of the Bonbidi, and anyone? Who's been to Sundarbans? Okay, so add that to your 2026 resolution. So the Bonbidi story is basically of a guardian of the mangrove forests of Sundarbans, where before you go to collect the forest produces, before you go to collect honey, because Sundarbans has a tiger population and there is an entire group of women who are called tiger widows in Sundarbans, whose husbands have been killed by tigers. So you're supposed to offer prayers to the Bonbidi at the beginning of the jungle before you enter. So stories such as this in Tamil Nadu, we highlighted Pulikat and Maduranthakam area and Nangan area again in Tirunelveli, where Tirunelveli actually has in its temples, if you see, it will have sculptures to denote the water level. So there is one in, I think, Tirupudai, where there's at the entrance, there is a monkey that's bending down. Next time you go there, you can make note. So the belief is that when water reaches the level of the monkey's lips, so that it looks like drinking, that's a flood alert for the village. So these were also small markers that we were able to document and put together. And this was eventually released by the ministry on, I think, World Wetlands Day in this thing, 2022, I think. This document is available online, open access, so I would encourage you to look it up. And if you sense that there is a project idea of your village, of your area to document, then please do. Highly encouraged. So in this last section, I'm more inviting thoughts and comments because this is something that I think about and I would love to hear what the two professors have to say and the students as well. Is when we talk about ecosystem services, increasingly I attend a lot of workshops that are, about bringing the private sector together. And I saw your slide mentioned the PPP model is a failure. And in a lot of these workshops, I find that the language of ecosystem services has completely shifted towards something of how can we make it make sense for business. So that's what everyone keeps saying. It has to make sense for business. And recently at a workshop, a private sector like funding agency, who shall remain anonymous, said that we need a guarantee when we fund, our investment should have a return. And so the language I find of ecosystem services has shifted towards this idea of if I'm valuating it as this much, if I'm investing X amount, what is the return that I'm getting? How does it make business sense for me to invest? And I was looking up about intrinsic value of biodiversity, and I came across this nice quote on a paper that if biodiversity has intrinsic value, then it could in principle be useless for human needs or for ecosystem functioning, right? And its value is, like the word suggests, it's intrinsic. It doesn't need to make a case for itself to exist. It doesn't need to make a case for itself to be valued. And ecosystem services as a framework, I understand where it's coming from, but I'm also increasingly worried that it's becoming like a catchphrase for businesses to demand that, hey, does it make sense for me to invest in something like conservation, where it should be kind of apparent in itself. So this was one of the questions that I had in mind, which we could probably discuss, and this is going to be my last slide, I think. Can we move towards an intrinsic value and a rights-based approach towards wetlands? So I don't know if there's been any discussion on rights of nature and rights of wetlands yet. Maybe that's for tomorrow. So to just give you a brief introduction and then it will be in detail. Rights of nature, the movement that's starting around the world is to give nature recognition as a legal entity, right? As you would have human rights, so rights of nature. And rights of wetlands starts by saying that wetlands have a right to exist. They have a right to have their hydrology intact and their ecology intact. So this is one of the questions that also you could probably explore as a project or a paper is, can we
What about us implementing the wetland conservation and management rules from 2017?
implementing it as
Reducing the exploitation of wetlands by building other things for beautification purposes.
I didn't get it, but you're saying can we apply that law to
Yes.
prevent?
Yeah.
The problem is, again, I think it goes to private funding. because a lot of the restoration projects now rely on private sector funding to kind of generate that amount of money that's required. And when there's private sector funding involved, or like I said in Gurgaon, when it's a high-rise apartment that's funding this thing, they bring their list of demands and their list of this thing. And it's technically not quote unquote illegal. So if they say that we just want a jogger's path around it, there's anyway the bund. And a lot of sites you see now, they are pouring concrete and making it like a bowl type structure. These are not like outright illegal. And another point about the wetlands, the national wetlands, this thing is a lot of the sites in Chennai don't actually qualify as wetlands per our national laws. I think the international definition is 6 meters of standing water, but then in the national definition, it excludes paddy fields and it excludes a lot of man-made structures. So I don't think they legally fall under that. It's still a bit of a gray area if I'm right. And for me, the main problem is capital. Like who's pouring money into restoration, they get to come up with their demands. So tomorrow, if I am funding a large project, I can basically pay money towards having a grand park, my face plastered on a billboard. No one can exactly stop me because my money is needed, right? So that's, I think, one of the major problems, which I think Sir also mentioned as a model. Thank you.
This is Priyashni. I just want to ask you whether you have faced any conflict regarding, as you are from a trust, as actually told, like any reservoirs have been built in the Kovalam site recently, the Jan 19 around the coastal regulation zone 2, and the fisher folks have been against it as it is under the no regulation zone. As we are also studying about the restoration projects and you are also working on it, everything. But things are happening is happening. And how would you face that and what's your perspective on it? How would we support fishermen or how would we overcome those issues or conflicts undertook by the government projects?
So for us as a trust, when we undertake a project, we first do a comprehensive baseline of the area. So we are not building in any of our projects, we are not bringing in any grey infrastructure to our sites. So if you look at Onamancheri and all that, the maximum we do is install signages about biodiversity, but we are not bringing in any grey infrastructure. The second is, even before we start the project, we make sure to engage with the local panchayat. So for the past 3 years or something, we've attended every Gram Sabha. We almost on a monthly basis, my team updates the panchayat and we completely take their solutions and their feedback on board. Because that's, I think, one of the crucial aspects, and I mentioned Vendapuram at the start, is we weren't able to build a good constituency in Vendapuram for the maintenance and management later on. Because once the government transfers happened, the project kind of started falling to bits. So since then, that was a good like learning curve for me, that every project we make sure to engage extensively with the local community. And it could be in various forms. So in urban Chennai, it could be in the form of schools. In rural peri-urban areas, it could be in the form of panchayats. So we make sure that they are completely on board with whatever we do. And as a rule, we don't introduce any new features or we don't do any of this concrete constructions. We don't even, a lot of people ask us, can you introduce fish? We don't even do that much. So our philosophy is more of after the bare minimum desilting that's also done after extensive surveys. If we can stop the threats and the pressures to the system, then it will itself eventually recover. So that is our philosophy. And like you said, there are pressures and from like funding sources. In that case, we just have to lose the funding source, which we've done many times. So that's our approach to work. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Chandni, and we were talking about how wetlands effortlessly contribute to the economy and the job. You mentioned about the dhobies. We also know fishermen working there, and also talk about the cultural heritage, how it's used for economic purposes. But we talked about, discussed about how people want benefits from the wetland in terms of recreational, like I want an amphitheater, boating as we mentioned. So if at all we're going to view this standpoint as wanting boating or some sort of something that intervenes with wetland for human consumption in a negative light, wouldn't that mean that using wetlands for these purposes would also not be very beneficial for the wetlands? So what's your
Using wetlands for which purpose?
no, ma'am, if you're going to view negatively using wetlands for recreational purposes like boating or thing, does that mean that we should, it's also wrong to be using that for like fishing or like?
So where I fall on the issue is, so fishing or fodder consumption or any kind of, like sir mentioned in his speech, if there's someone harvesting it sustainably, right? Those are the traditional forms of harvesting. No one's going to wipe out the entire region because they know it's not going to regenerate, so to speak. My problem with boating and other such methods is it seeks to artificially modify the nature of the wetland. So I'm not saying any recreational purpose is bad. So even we use like the eco park to take people for birding because it's an approachable and easy place for people to connect with Chennai's biodiversity. So that's great. But my worry is when you say boating, then there are going to be, once you invest money to set up boating and you're charging people for ticketing, you're not going to be happy if that dries up in the summer. You're going to want water through the year, right? So those are the pressures that I am speaking about, where again in construction of a walker's path, if it's just going to be a earthen bund around it that people are walking around, great. The more people visiting it, the better. But are you going to pour concrete and build like a setting where people are, is that necessary? Those are the type of uses that I'm more worried about. And the second is, like I said, when like an affluent group of people want to build all this, in Tirunelveli, what they actually told me is to fence off the entire place and shut it because enga pasanga halad known. That was like verbatim what they said. So when you want these kind of facilities, then naturally you're going to want to exclude a certain other group of people from accessing it. Those are the type of recreational uses that I'm worried about. So that's the thing. Otherwise, I'm not saying that no one should go to, like I go birding with my colleagues. So that's also not technically, I don't depend on it as a livelihood. Like sir said, researchers do, but I'm not dependent on it. I'm not against that, but artificially modifying it, it's worrying.
Thank you, ma'am. You talked about how instead of giving ideas for the people for getting funds from others to change or create recreational sites in wetlands, why can't we involve the local communities? Has that brought any changes? Like if we talk about foul nets in the ocean, there are a lot of tortoise and turtles being caught in that. And when you educate the fishermen, they have actually, there has been a lot of changes when they themselves have learned how to disentangle the net and release the turtles and other fishes which they would not need. So if we follow that with wetlands or the lakes and ponds which are more in the urban areas, would that have any changes or
I hope so with solid waste management, at least against dumping garbage. But then with sewage, I think the approach of people is more that as long as it's exiting my house, I really don't care where it goes. Because recently we also did a survey on nature-based solutions. My colleagues actually did it around Chennai, talking to people and campuses on, will you be okay recycling sewage within your campus? Like a lot of large residential complexes now have to recycle their sewage in situ. So we asked a lot of people and majority said no. They said they don't want to allocate the space to do all that. So when it comes to sewage, people usually say what are we expected to do? I mean, they just say it's the government's job to do it. We can't be dealing with sewage inside our small compound. But in terms of behavioral change, certainly with solid waste management, I hope that that's possible, but yeah, one can only hope.
Thank you, Ms. Anjana, for the enlightening and insightful presentation. Your thoughts on wetland conservation and ecosystem services were truly inspiring. To formally conclude the session, I now invite Dr. Jansi Merlin to please come onto the stage and deliver the vote of thanks.
I extend our sincere and heartfelt thanks to Ms. Anjana Venkatesan, Senior Researcher at Kerala Trust, for her insightful and engaging session on ecosystem services and wetland conservation. It was very interesting to listen to the ecosystem which has existed earlier in Madnam Pakam Chicheri, and how the wetland had provided a lot of ecosystems, and for sharing a wonderful journey while documenting the cultural significance of our wetlands. Thank you, ma'am. And your lecture has offered several understanding towards how wetlands can be there as a living social ecosystems, at the same time highlighting the role of its water security, the livelihoods, and the cultural heritage behind. The interdisciplinary perspective that you have brought, bringing ecology, policy, and the social dimensions, has greatly enriched our learning experience. We are truly grateful, ma'am, for the clarity with which you have presented the complex issues and for inspiring us to view the wetland conservation as an integrated and inclusive process involving communities, science, as well as governance. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with the nature education and its significance as well. Once again, we thank Ms. Anjana Venkatesan for sharing her invaluable sites, for contributing significantly to the objectives of this symposium. Thank you.
With this, we come to the conclusion of session 4 and bring the proceedings of day 1 of this conference to a close. We sincerely thank all the speakers, resource persons, dignitaries, and participants for making today's session insightful and engaging. The conference will continue tomorrow with day 2, featuring equally enriching sessions and discussions, and we look forward to your enthusiastic participation once again. Refreshments have been arranged outside the hall, and I request all the delegates to kindly avail them. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you all for your presence today and wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.